maybe the first or second challenges in the women's relay. So no, it's really good.
It's looking really good in recent. They have been really strong. Do you think this terrain now also will be?
Hello and welcome back to Kuopio, to Finland, for the final couple of races from this World Orienteering Championships 2025. We've moved arenas this time onto a different section of forest, ready for our two relay races. We're going to start off with the women's, then move on to the men's in both cases. Teams of three taking turns to go around the forest. We've got a lot of spectators again today on this sports pitch. A lot of them have been competing this morning on a different forest, a little bit further away, and they are enjoying the sunshine. Mid-20s today, warm for Finland. that with the physicality of today's race will prove tricky for some of the athletes, but it is beautiful for spectating. They will see the athletes do the exchanges between the legs here and in the arena, and there'll be an arena passage as well, so lots of opportunities to cheer on the top teams. And we're on a very hilly section of this area. We've got a big ski jump right in front of our commentary position, and that is basically the big hill that the athletes are going to have to tackle today. They've had a rest day yesterday, managing to regroup, managing to recover from the couple of races they've already done, the middle and the long distance, and hopefully the legs will be feeling a little bit fresher for today's challenge. You can see then for the women's, the legs 1 and 2 a little bit shorter than that third and final leg at 5.5 kilometres, and that's quite special about this course. Jonas, do you want to talk us through it?
Yes, you can see it's not the most typical Finnish terrain. I think we're gonna come back to that one. We start at the bottom of this hill. You can see the ski jump to the left of the start. And then we have also 2 different kind of loops on the first and second leg compared to the third leg. This is then the second time they head out, so here's actually a bit of a route choice. You could stay a bit lower. I think the runnability is so good in the terrain that I think you try to stay a bit closer to the red line. Generally, as I said, runnability very good. Visibility very good. In some parts there are a bit of fern that make it hard to see where you put your feet. Otherwise it's very much straightforward. It reminds me a lot of terrain on the continent. You can find this kind of terrain in Switzerland, you can find it in Czechia. You often don't find it in Finland, to be honest. It's not the most difficult course. It's going to be very, very physical. You can see here that's kind of a route choice. It's a bit depending on as well what kind of control you have at one. Of course, which of the different routes that's most suited for you. They had to block the road there. There's still traffic going on. There's a volunteer at every possible crossing looking for cars to stop. This is a glimpse from the terrain. This is one of the greener bits where it's a bit harder to see where you put your feet. Just before the first control, the runnability actually much better than this. Something that I noticed when I was out, the kind of striped areas, the greens, they're very good visible in this first section. You can really use them for navigation. Then here, of course, the control itself, not difficult at all. Even the next one is a short one. You don't even have to leave this open area. Then here, that's an area where they won't be in at the third leg. This is just from the arena passage. And that's the route choice I was talking about. You could take the dark blue. I think it's a bit far away from the red line. You can see the difference in, I mean, you do even more climbing if you do the dark blue one compared to the light blue one. The advantage is that you don't have to do it in a steep place compared to the red one. But I think the light blue option is quite good actually, or some kind of different option but close to the light blue one.
Yeah, and obviously that's as they go through the arena passage and leave the arena for the second time as well. The third and final leg is a bit different to that, so we will come back to that a little bit later on. We have the start list though, that is based on the results from 2 years ago in Switzerland. So Sweden, the defending champions, Switzerland next, and then Norway. And as you look down at this start list, we have one team who are the big favourites.
Yeah, I mean, Sweden, they won all the medals in the middle distance. Hanna Lundberg, Sanna Fast and Tove Alexandersson, and of course they are the big favourites even also today. Even if the terrain, as I said, it's not difficult orienteering, but still, I mean, they are so outstanding. They're good physical runners as well. For me, it would be a surprise if they wouldn't win, actually. But the fight behind, it's very open, I would say, for the rest of the medals.
Yeah, let's take a look at the teams. You can see Hannah Lundberg lining up there. One of the contenders could be Switzerland. Paolo Gross starting off, and then Natalia Gempelen and Simone Abasol. They've done loads and loads of relays for Switzerland. Pia Young-Vik will head out the Norwegians. They could be in contention as well. And now Amy Niemann has come in to replace Marika Taney last minute. Marika Taney with a plantar injury, a foot injury. So Amy Niemann, her first race of these championships. We saw Czechia there as well. That was Denmark. France there with Florence Anneret, Cécile Calandry there, best runner on the last leg, and Great Britain there with Jo Shepherd leading out the team, followed by Grace Moy and Megan Mitchell. So we have 32 teams in fact on the start line getting ready to go, and kind of sizing each other up, trying to stay nice and calm in front of this big arena. They'll be so well prepared for this. They know exactly the terrain it's on. They know it's going to be very physical, lots of climb. And now just a few seconds until the start. There they go. They are off. The start of this World Orienteering Championships relay. We can see Sweden and Norway leading the way out. They've got to run out of this sports pitch, out of the AstroTurf, to the start control on the edge of the forest. You can see a lot of them looking very close to their maps, of course, in this easy running section at the beginning.
And I mean, you already mentioned it before, only one team per nation here. It's not the same as in a World Cup. Will lead to the situation that it's a bit less nervous at the start. You're less teams around you. When you head into the forest, you don't have 3 Swedish teams, you don't have 3 Swiss teams, and so I think it gets a bit calmer. It's a different kind of relay if you run it at the championship compared to the World Cup races.
Yes, but in some ways it also puts a lot of pressure on each team, because it's all about the selections. Have the coaches got the selections right as well? Because if the first Swedish team messes up, there's no second Swedish team to come and maybe take the win in their place.
I mean, now for once, Sweden, Switzerland and Norway maybe have the same situation as Czechia has almost every time. I mean, you have one team to put your money on, and if they don't succeed, you don't have anyone else covering up for you, so the pressure might be a bit bigger actually.
So they are out on their way to control number 1. That is a forked control, and they climb up the hill then out of our sight to that first point. It is a lot of climb. It'll be a couple of minutes before they get to that first control. And how important is it when we see them running out here again that they get a good kind of position in here? You could see Paolo Gross from Switzerland already a kind of a few people back.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of important, but it's a bit different to the World Cup relays, as I said before. I mean, you have less teams. It's not as important actually, or let's put it that way. It's easier to get a rather good position in the World Championships because there are less teams. A few of the runners, depending on what your strengths are, want to be in the lead, want to be active in their orienteering style. Others, they feel more comfortable a bit behind, just taking off features they want to see on the way to the first control. So I think it depends a little bit on what kind of runner you are.
Well, you can see there Pia Young-Vik from Norway in the lead, followed by Sweden and then France and Finland behind Austria here.
You can also see that the terrain here, it's the runnability also beside the track is really, really good. It's blueberry, but they're very low. I guess they had snow for a long time up here in Kuopio, so the underground, the vegetation is it's not that high and makes runnability good in this section here.
Yeah, and the the tracks are quite easy to run on, even these small paths. They're a lot easier compared to the previous area for that middle and long distance, and the running, I think, is good. There's quite a few extra tracks in the terrain, or at least little animal trods or little kind of areas where it's kind of easier to run through the terrain as well.
At the same time, I think it was more of a struggle in the middle and long distance, for me at least, to see the paths, where they start, where they finish. Here it's so close to the city, and you can really feel that people use those paths to go walking. You could, when you were running out there before, you could meet people with dogs and stuff like that, so, or with mountain bikes. So they use those paths a lot. They are easier to see here than in the middle and long distance area. Interesting, before you could see that the one option of the forking had actually 2 controls in this part here. The other 2, B and C, they had only 1 control.
And what does that do to the athletes? Does that have any effect?
No. I mean, you have your forking and you don't notice how many controls the others have, but it's just interesting. I mean, it looks a bit longer here to have A in the first place, then you have shorter the second one, but you have 2 controls, of course. There's one option, I think the other ones, they have 1 control more, or B has 1, let me see here, that I say it right, B has 1 control more than just before, the TV control, so the control we can't see here, so it's in the end, the running time will be the same.
Now Norway has to be careful here because Norway's already had
Not
the
only careful,
first A control.
They're doing a mistake here.
Yeah, they are doing a mistake. Following the others to control C. It's such a tiny re-entrant, that one, and it is a bit dense, as you can see there, the green as you leave the track, but much better from France and Florence Anoe there.
And actually it's a bit surprising because she had A, so she had this extra control. She shouldn't be all together with the others. The others could have stayed a bit more to the left. But of course, I mean, I talking about that it's rather easy out there, we have to add the fact that it is a World Championships race. The nerves are not the same as in a World Cup race here.
Yeah, and that's dynamic, the pressure, wanting to put together a clean race. It just means that actually we see mistakes even when it's easy on a relay race, because the difficulty comes from it being a relay.
Yeah, you can see here different routes depending on what kind of forking you have. Hanna Lundberg uses this street to the next control. She can go straight to control 2 then, so that not the B option.
And that's where we have the TV cameras as well. And actually, as you're running towards this road, you can see the tapes along the road from quite a decent distance back, and you can kind of see the gaps. So it's almost a little, you can switch off, just look up and see the gap. As long as you've got the right one, then it's absolutely fine. So you can see those with the B control heading much more straight, and definitely the first bit of forest after you cross the road, that's super runnable. So Sweden, if we're looking at the GPS tracking with more teams on, Sweden running alone out to that road. And in fact, that group that were going straight that had the B control, they're dipping out to the road as well now. The likes of France, Finland going straight on the straight line, as you can see there. Even though they had different controls, they're both now heading to the same control. Those who have B, they've got this extra control before we see everybody together at control either 2 or 3, depending on how many you've had. And then we'll get a sense of the order. Although, of course, when you have the forkings like this and you have the gaffles like this, it's really only after all 3 options have been run, so 1 option from each of the runners, that you actually have a true sense of who's in the lead, really.
But you can also see that Hanna Lundberg definitely tries to get away here from the beginning. She might notice that the others are not really there and pushing even harder on the road. trying to make a gap here early in the race, and as it looks, she managed well to do so.
Yeah, she's already punched the control there on the right, goes through to the next one as well. And now we can see Pia Youngvik, who of course we saw make a mistake early on. So still a really fast time, then fast running for Pia Youngvik from Norway. But yeah, Hanna Lundberg managed to take a gap. She ran the first leg of the relay in the World Cup final Kuopio at the back end of last year. Was the first back then as well.
This is France.
And Finland, Amy Nyman. This is Austria, Ylvi Kastner, I think, on first leg for Austria. This is Denmark. Denmark with Ida Egvig Christiansen.
We're waiting for Switzerland, Czechia.
Yeah, when we're thinking about our favourites, this is Yves van Dongen for the Netherlands.
Here's Switzerland.
And
it's
Estonia and Czechia as well. Yeah, look at that. 50 seconds. And in fact, the Swiss team have exactly the same team that won the relay in Idre a couple of weeks ago, that World Cup.
Yeah, but then we have to mention that the Swedish team has not been there. None of them, actually, that are running today have been participating in the relay 2 weeks ago.
Sanna Fast was in it, wasn't she?
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
She ran the middle leg, I think.
You're right.
Again.
It was Hagström and Alexandersson and Lundberg who didn't compete.
Exactly. More teams coming through there. Latvia, Poland. This is Italy. And really fast, fast running from the leaders, just stretching out that gap. And that's actually what we've seen a lot from the Swedish women's team, is they really have tried to get a gap. They haven't held back particularly, just happy with staying within the leading pack. No, they actually want to get a gap.
Yeah, of course they want, because they were top 3 in the middle distance. They are all very, very good orienteers. If they end up in a sprint finish, the risk of not winning is much higher compared to when they push. Yeah, if they are able to open a gap. Even if she would do a mistake now, they would still have to have the chance later on to get back. So I think it's totally right to try and push very hard from the beginning.
So behind Finland and Amy Nyman, they're at the top of this hill going. There's quite a lot of out of bounds sections here because there's a car park up at the top of this hill. It's quite a touristy area, and so then they also don't want people running on the ski jumps or underneath the ski jumps. But back in the lead, you can see Hanna Lundberg now dropping down the slope, and she will drop down using some of these small paths here as well, finding her control. And she's really, really soon at the arena because it's quite a short loop on this first and second leg. A short first loop and then a longer second loop. This is how the gaps look. Sweden and Norway with a bit of a gap over the rest of the field. Here's Finland at the same place, climbing over those fallen trees, now wiggling down the hill using these small paths, taking the descent, and you can see she's looking across to the left. See if she can find her control.
The gaps are surprisingly big here. You can really see there's a difference in the physical strength between the athletes, managing those different, like the climbing in a different way. You could see that Nymalm at control D and F in the picture.
Yeah, now dropping back to the track. So remember, the GPS tracking is behind the real pictures that we have from the forest. So I'm dropping down to that track, pretty much where Sweden is now. Another descent here. You can see Hanna Lundberg maybe going to use this path. She's got the boulder with Amy Nyman has the kind of this very flat spur, letter D. And it's a very steep descent as well back into the control and the arena passage. But you can see Hannah Berg will use a small track as well to just gauge her position on the slope. Not got Norway in that picture. Just lost their tracker on the hill.
Yeah, but very soon you should see them actually here at the arena passage, coming to the TV control and the map flip, which they actually have.
Yep, so when in the long distance they exchange their map, this time of course because we've got the forkings there, we've got the gaffles, you do the map flip onto the second loop. They will run through the arena, and here they are. Here's the two leading teams, and Per Young-Vik has managed to catch up a little bit of time there on Hannah Lundberg, because the two of them only 2 seconds apart now. Great work from Per Young-Vik. You can tell she was moving quickly because she made a mistake in that first loop as well, and now she's managed to catch back up with Sweden. So Sweden and Norway partway through this first leg of 3. Amy Nyman from Finland in bronze medal position at the moment. And she rechecked their maps. This is going to be super interesting which way they go here. There is a big old route choice to be made. You can see they're using all of this time to just check the route choices. Here Young-Vik just choosing her route there as well. Here's Amy Nyman out of the arena, back up following the blue tights to where it goes next.
Actually, it looks as if they were heading back down to the street and taking this route a little bit more around. You can see it here. Maybe a chance for teams a bit more behind to choose differently.
And now all of the incoming teams will have seen what the others are doing.
Yeah.
So will they all choose the same?
Well, I don't know.
What do you think?
I hope not. I mean, it's both. Of course, you can see what the leaders are doing, but it's also a chance for you to do something different to the leaders. So if you're a bit behind, you could go up the hill a bit earlier. I mean, you shouldn't trust too much on what others are doing because there's still forkings out there. It could be different best route choice options depending on the different forkings. So I think it's very important to have the confidence to decide the route on your own. We're still waiting for Switzerland, right?
Yes, we are. There we go. She's just punched there. Paula Gross, 150 behind. So another time loss there, gone down from 8th to 10th. I don't know whether there was any mistakes or anything. So you see Annika Riemer going through there. Switzerland will be the next ones through. And the two leaders still running on the track, going all the way round the hill to their control.
Paula Gross did a small mistake just after the TV control up on the hill, but I would say about 15 to 20 seconds, so not at all as much as she's behind. Seems to be physically that she is losing time.
Yeah, well, they've definitely backloaded the team, have Switzerland. And now, I don't know if we've spotted anybody yet going up into the forest. It is a much shorter option, of course, but you can either climb straight up the hill or you can go on an angle up the hill. But all of these runners here sticking on this track.
Yeah, we have Netherlands and Finland. They were actually heading up the slope a bit earlier. We have Sweden, Norway, Denmark. They go all the way around on that. I think it was dark blue option when we had, so you can see it here in the picture. When we had look at the map at the very beginning of the broadcast. I think it's good actually what Netherlands and Finland are doing. Because even though they have to run without the pass, the runnability is so good. So you can stay a bit closer. Of course, you have to do a bit of navigation, but you have so many paths on the way. I wonder if they then will drop down to this path there anyway, or if they're actually there to climb up a little bit more in the terrain and keep closer to the red line.
Now, this is a common control, this ninth control, isn't it?
Yeah, but they don't know it.
No. They do not know it at all. But nobody yet I've seen go straight into the forest. Oh, someone's just done there. I think it might be one of the New Zealand team. Yeah, New Zealand team going straight up into the forest. Climbing there. Oh, and
problems for
Japan,
she was not following the marked route, so she went back.
Yep, I think so. So you can see now Sweden and Norway, Denmark as well, also going the same way. Switzerland will follow. Finland is, as you can see there, on this middle track, dropping a bit down the slope now. Norway climbing up a little bit. I think they're going different ways around these fallen trees. And the fallen areas of fallen trees, the green stripe, quite distinct. But here we go, Pia Young-Vik in the lead
seems
here.
to be very strong physically here. I can tell you that Finland, they're getting back, they're running towards this path here as well. So they didn't stay in the slope. Then, if you do that, then I think it would have been better to take the option that Norway and Sweden did here.
So Pia Young-Vik, 12th in the middle distance, didn't run the long distance. Hannah Lundberg did. Obviously, she's the bronze medalist in the middle. I think she was also top 10. She was 9th in the long distance. So Pia Young-Vik on fresher legs. Do you think that will have an impact? Whether you ran both races already?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, the long distance was very, very tough. It will not have such a big impact here in the beginning. I would say maybe you feel a bit in the uphill, but the uphill is not too long and it's not too steep if you take it like this. But towards the end, it could make a difference. I thought about that as well in the men's race. We'll come back to that. And especially when you have then the fight for the gold medal, and you have a last leg runner that hasn't been running the long distance, could make a difference.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Norway and Sweden then on this wider track and across the road via this out of bounds area, head through to control number 9. Switzerland now climbing up the slope further back. One of the favourite teams though, so we really need to keep an eye on them. And a lot of the teams in the middle section, Austria, Netherlands.
This is one of the passages over the street there. You have volunteers there guiding them, more or less.
Jo Shepherd taking this climb at the moment. So she'll probably want to approach the control from the west. But you have to do so much climb and then you drop a long way into the control as well.
You can see Czechia going straight.
And now
here you can see actually, I mean, the runability, they're not running that much slower here in the train. You can see runability here, so good. Doesn't slow you down too much.
No, in this section as well, you've got that out of bounds. You can follow that one. It makes orienteering a bit simpler. Now out on the track as well, they'll look for a small track on the right-hand side, and then it's on the end of a stream.
Further ahead compared to the GPS in the upper right corner.
Yeah, they're approaching the edge of the circle now, just leaving the track. No problems there. See, we have Norway and Sweden then, a group of Netherlands, Denmark, Finland, then back with a group of Estonia, France, Austria,
Great Britain
Switzerland.
struggling there. I don't know what happened. Very slow in this section. Czechia, I mean, you should not end up in this striped area. This is really not good. They had this, what's the bug called they have in the trees here? That they have some insects that actually make that the trees die. So that has an impact, and those are fallen trees in the striped areas. Very good visible in this section. You can really use it for navigation. But it slows you down a lot if you end up in them.
Okay, at the next control, the 10th control, waiting for our leaders. 23 minutes of running. We look for them. They should be contouring around the hill. They should come from a similar height. So we're waiting for Norway and for Sweden.
Yeah, even though this control is in the slope, it's rather easy because you don't have to drop or you don't have to climb anything. It's just staying in the same height. Then you have a striped area just before a path that gives you an indication about the distance. So it would surprise me very much if they struggle with this control.
Yep, here they come then. This is Sweden now, followed by Norway, Hanna Lundberg and Pia Youngvik. They've both had common controls here. And Sweden back into the lead. Hanna Lundberg, she's done enough relays to know that, you know, if somebody overtakes you, you don't need to panic, just need to stay cool, calm and collected. And that's what you really need from a first leg runner. When you have that start, you have a few more people in the terrain, then it's all about running your own race. Okay, back with the tracking, you can see that group of Netherlands, Finland, Denmark on their way to control number 10, which you've just seen. Then another gap to the next group. You can see how Joe Shepherd is faring on the British team as well. But Yves van Dongen, super quick here. Really good up the hill. And Netherlands into third place. Great, in fact, just to have a team from the Netherlands running in this relay, for the Dutch to have 3 women to have the relay team. I'm pretty sure it's the first time Yves van Dongen's run a relay at World Championships, because it's the first time she's had a team. I can check that stat.
Here you can see that there are 2 groups, basically, if we would want to call it like that, top 5 within a minute. Then there's a minute of a gap. And then we have this other group with Czechia and Switzerland.
Yeah, it's Yves van Dongen's first relay at World Championships. First time the Netherlands have had a team that she's been able to join, and neither a team at the European Championships either. So great to see.
And I mean, for Czechia and Switzerland, it's so important now to not lose too much anymore to the changeover. 2 minutes is already a lot in a terrain like this. They basically lost it physically only. And, well, even though, for example, Switzerland has Natalia Gempele and Simona Abersold on leg 2 and 3, this is going to be so tough to get back, to win back 2 minutes or even more.
But you can win back 2 minutes on maybe some of the teams, but very unlikely on Sweden, who have Sanna Fast and Tove Alexanderson. Looking for our next group then at control number 10.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at Norway, they have a good team as well with Marie Olaus and Andrine Benjaminsen on leg 2 and 3. So it's really those 2 teams in the lead that were expected to be maybe the top teams in the end as well.
Here comes this next group, led by Paula Gross in 6th position, but you can see there 2:39 behind Czechia, France, Estonia. This is Spain. And Isabel Toledo. Bulgaria and I think this is Hungary, Austria, and I think is it Latvia as well. I think Sandra Grosberger on the first leg. So you can see the impact of the different forkings there in the GPS tracking on your screen. It's putting Norway ahead at this point, but you can see
but
she's got
Sweden's
2 controls
GPS
here.
device is frozen, so we don't really know if she's ahead or not.
And she's now got, Norway have got 2 controls here, where Sweden only has 1.
She is actually ahead a little bit, but as you said, she has to take 1 more control. Quite on the way though, I think almost both will pass this one.
Yes, they can look up, spot the gap in the tapes as they cross the road. Fair bit of traffic coming up that road. It's quite a touristy spot. And good views from the top of the hill. Let's look back at this control then. There is Poland and Germany, Hanna Müller. Very spread out already then. Those are the standings at that control that we've just seen. Control number 10 on the first leg. Sweden and Norway together. 40-second gap back to the Netherlands, just ahead of Finland. And then remember that chasing group, 2 minutes and 40 seconds off the pace of the leaders. Let's take back the tracking now. You can see Norway bang on the line there. Do you have any analysis of that long leg then from the arena to control 9?
Well, I would have, but everyone was basically running the same route, so that doesn't really matter. Czechia did another route, but they didn't execute it well, lost 1:25. It was Sweden, Norway, they were quickest, and Denmark 17 seconds behind, Netherlands 28 seconds behind, and Spain 29. That's according to the GPS, but not 100% accurate, but plus minus 5 to 10 seconds.
But I guess Sweden and Norway are kind of moving quicker anyway than
yeah,
the
exactly.
others.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
who knows if they would
basically
have been
everyone
quicker on the other
was more or less on the same route, so not
well,
that
yes,
interesting.
Sweden and Norway
analyze.
took a lot longer on the path.
Yeah, but
compared
many
to
of
all
the others, it was only Finland and Netherlands going up a bit earlier. They were half a minute behind, or half a minute behind.
Oh, Finland climbed a lot there after crossing the road. That's unusual, I think.
Pia Youngvik.
This is the 12th control.
And this is Hanna Lundberg.
3 seconds apart. Now they contour around to the next control on a boulder and then drop down to the track. Finland crossing at the higher crossing point there. That's quite a lot more climb.
Yeah, it's very unnecessary.
It's like two contours more climb.
There's no reason to do that. You have one crossing on the red line, and just after the red line you have a path, so you should be heading towards this one. I guess that she actually has bad direction out from control 11.
Yeah, I can only say that must be a mistake.
But
I don't think
on
that
the
was
other hand, I mean,
intentional.
it will make 10 to 15 seconds, I guess. So very soon we are gonna have Sweden and Norway at the second to last, no, the third to last control actually, but maybe the last control in the forest, and then very soon to the changeover.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll have Maria Olausson waiting for Norway and Sanna Fast waiting for Sweden. They'll both have some sort of feedback that they have got a big gap, and in fact they will run out in the same direction that kind of others will finish, so you may really be able to get a chance to see what the gap is like. This is Amy Niemann, and it is Ida Egve Christensen from Denmark.
It's going to be the first time Sanna Fast is running the World Championships relay. Maria Olausson, she's been running 2 times before, so maybe a bit more experienced when it comes to World Championships relays. But well, on the second leg, I don't think this will be such a big impact.
Here, more runners coming through now. This is Denisa Kralova for Czechia. Lucy Ditrikova, the junior world champion, on her waiting next.
Yeah, we have Paula Kroos. Actually, she's much closer now, 2:16. I think it was 2:50.
Yeah,
almost.
It was. Yeah, I think 2:40. And
yeah, well done.
She's managed to catch
we
some
could
time
actually see that Hanna Lundberg was climbing a bit too much on the way. She could have stayed together with Pia Youngvik, even if she had one control more, and she would be a bit more straight to control 12. But here we have them on the way to the changeover.
Yep, so they're running up here, running up this track. And coming into the arena, there's a slope up here. But super impressive from the Norwegian.
Yeah, it is. but I mean, she has done good relays as well on club level. As you said, she had good relay last year in the World Cup final. She is a very good relay runner, very good decision to put her on the first leg here, as you can see.
So it'll be Norway ahead of Sweden then, and they run in to change over. Pia Young-Vik will hand over to Marie Olausen, and Hannah Lundberg will hand over to Sanna Fast. Just over 33 minutes of running, crossing the line and then exchanging. There's Marie Olausen on her way.
With a big smile on her face as well.
And very, very well deserved. There's Sanna Fast waiting for Hannah Lundberg, who's pushing hard there. 10 seconds is the gap. Oh, so physical, the race. Both of them on the floor because they've been fighting each other all the way. And there was actually a small mistake made at the second control for Pia Young-Vik. So she managed to rescue the run, more than rescue the run. Here is Finland. The nation missing a medal so far in these World Championships. Will they get one in the relay? Amy Nyman will hand over to Ida Haapala. We have Venla Haju on the last leg as well. So great work for Amy Nyman. A light replacement for Marika Taney, who had got a foot injury in the long distance, had to retire from that one. So the late replacement here puts Finland into bronze medal position after the first of 3 legs. Amy Nyman again will have a big smile on her face as the home fans cheer her in on this AstroTurf. On the exchange here, 1/3 of the way through this relay. Finland, the home nation, in a medal position. The gap back to the lead, 1.5 minutes. There goes Ida Haapala. Lives here in Kuopio, studies here, moved here about 3 years ago, and a great run as well from Ida Egervik Christiansen.
Yeah.
We'll hand over to Agnes Nørgaard-Kragt.
Very good first leg here for Denmark. Yeah, I mean 2 minutes almost behind the leaders, but it's about half a minute up to the medal position. She is quite tired though, as it seems.
I was going to say she is struggling here on these last stages. It's so physical. And there goes Agnes Nørgaard-Kragt. And we have Czechia as well, catching up a little bit of time there, heading over to the junior. Ooh, saying a little bit of a message there.
Yeah, unfortunately I can't translate that one.
Here is Switzerland, and Paula Gross here, also just trying to take those last few meters as quickly as possible. We'll be very glad to see the finish line, handing over to Natalia Gempela.
I mean, it's she lost 2.5 minutes, but she was more behind at the TV control, at last TV control. So I think don't know if she can be happy, but it was good that she didn't lose more, because 2.5 minutes is still, everything is possible still. Big mistake there for France, as we could see in the picture.
But great run from Spain here. Ana Toledo into 7th position. Last year they were 13th as a team. She is the best runner on the team. And we have then 7 teams exchange now. Pia Young-Vik is listening. Pia, fantastic race from you. You must be really pleased.
Yeah, thank you. It was really fun.
You look like you maybe had a small miss near the beginning. Is that right?
Yeah, I was maybe following Hanna and some other girls into the wrong forking, but I had the feeling that I was going too much to the right, so quickly I could change the direction and find my control.
Did this race and this area suit you, do you think?
I don't know. Earlier I believe that I'm not so strong in the heels, but I think that without the long distance in the legs, I felt quite fresh, or at least, maybe more fresh than Hanna.
And tell us a little bit about your feeling before the start. I mean, you have a very good team on paper, you know that of course, but then it makes it even more important that you have a good start to the relay. How do you handle that situation?
Yeah, exactly. you feel the pressure and the responsibility for the whole team and all the other girls sitting at home. So yeah, and as well as being the first time running for the first team in any leg for Norway, I was very stressed, but I felt confident that I was one of the strongest in the start field due to maybe the best runners running later in the relay. So yeah, I could feel sure that the pace was good enough.
Well done. Will you watch the rest of the race?
For sure.
See it? Enjoy. Thank you. Pia and
Why
Victor.
shouldn't she?
Oh, well, yeah, but she might just want to hide.
From who?
It could be too nervous as well. I don't know. Let's hear from Hannah Lundberg as well. A great run from you. How was it out there? How did you find the course?
Yeah, it was tough, and I was just focused on my own orienteering. So, and then it was nice to have company with Pia and to push against each other.
We felt from pre-running the race, some of it was maybe quite continental or quite easy in places. What did you think?
Yeah, I think it looks easy at the map, but then when you leave the roads or a path, it's some dense forest. So you need to be really focused where you leave the path and so on.
And Hannah, you mentioned before it was nice to have Pia around you in a situation like that. I mean, you're the big favorites for that relay. You're running the first leg. Do you try to have advantage of her? Do you how do you handle this situation that you have another runner around you?
No, I was just focused before the start on my own to do my own race, and I knew that I have my own controls, and Pia will have, or the other runners will have other controls. So I need to just stay focused on myself.
But at the same time, I mean, she's still there, and you said it's good that she's there. So
Yeah,
in what way is it good for you?
Yeah, I mean, we ran some on the roads here to I guess it was the 8th control, and then up the hill, and she was a bit before, and then it was just, on that road it's just about pushing, so then it's good to have someone in front of you.
Good motivation. Well, great work, Hannah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hannah Lundberg there. And we've now had 15 teams exchange. Germany and Hungary just exchanging now.
And actually I can see that Marie Olausen did some kind of similar thing to the first control as Pia Youngvik, so a small mistake there.
Those are the standings then at exchange number 1, 1/3 of the way round the relay.
So there we have the replay. We can see Norway in the lead at this point. Sweden maybe with a bit of a better start here just after the starting point. They have different controls. Sweden have to go to A, Norway to B. You can see that Sanna Fast pushing really, really hard here in this uphill. Olausen hesitating just before she gets on the path. Then a bit far to the right here. I think she was quite relieved when she actually got to the control. Looks like that. Finland with a small mistake there to the B control as well. Switzerland's getting to A and not to C. She has to be careful. Switzerland together with Denmark. I'm so surprised. It's so clear up there. The visibility is good. I partly agree with Hannah that it's when you leave the path, of course, it's a bit diffuse, but at the same time, a continental runner is very, very much used to use vegetation as a feature to navigate with, and today you can really do that, especially in the first part. So I'm a bit surprised that Gamble is doing a mistake to the first control. Now she spotted it.
Yeah, she is dropping down the slope
Here we
now.
have Sanna Fast on the way to the first TV control.
Yeah, and it looks really good for her. She's been very aggressive at the start. Managed to get that gap. Of course, we had Norway making a small miss at the first forking. And Amy Niemann listening in now. A late replacement, I think, for the relay team. Tell us a little bit about your race, Amy. Looks good.
Well, I was very nervous at the start, but then when I got in the forest, the nervousness kind of disappeared. It was very hot, it was very tough, but yeah, I'm quite happy. I managed to avoid big mistakes except for one stupid mistake.
And how is it for you? I mean, we're here in Finland, and then you get to a relay, and it's quite continental terrain. How does it affect you? How much did you know that on beforehand? How it exactly would be today?
Well, it was maybe a bit more like worse terrain than I'd expected. I thought it would have been maybe more this kind of nice outdoor terrain where people walk their dogs and stuff, but it was very, very bushy and a lot of fallen trees, so it was quite tough.
And then when you find yourself alone or in the forest or running with groups, like how do you change your tactics with whether you're alone or with people?
Well, of course, I use other people to kind of see where they are going and seeing, for example, if they run on a path or something. That's quite easy to tell if somebody runs fast to know if they are on a path. But otherwise, I would say I try to do my own orienteering. I mean, it's a relay, there might be forkings, so you have to be very careful where you are going all the time.
Well, great work then, Amy. Well done. Enjoy the rest of the relay.
Thanks.
Okay, we've just seen Norway through at this first TV point, 1:31 behind. She has lost 1 minute and 40 seconds on this first part as well, and we have the others closing here. This is Czechia and Finland as well. And this is a really good middle section for Czechia because catching up here as well.
Yeah, and Czechia with Lucie Dietrichova on the second leg. I mean, I thought about that when I was out there, and I think this one, I mean, of course, the terrain suits, well, the strength of the Czech runners. And then I also thought that in a terrain like this, when actually runnability is rather good. I mean, we heard that it's bushy. Yes, it is, but still runnability is good. It affects mostly... I mean, it's bushy, you don't always see where you put your feet, but it's still good runnability, and it suits a junior it's much easier for a junior to keep up with the elite runners in the terrain like this compared to when you have to fight for every single step you take in the forest as we had in the middle and long distance. So I think, yeah, Dietrichova, she can do good here on this second leg.
Yeah, she's had a fantastic start. Here's Denmark. And Anna's Nogard cracked into the fifth position here. You can see, oh, that was a interesting route round this kind of car park area.
Yeah, you can see that it is probably quite full of nettles just there, so it's not too nice to be the first one going through.
No, there was some tall kind of meadow kind of sections. Here's Switzerland then, and yeah, Natalia Gempela.
That wasn't a good start. She had a mistake at the first control.
Lost about a minute and a half, I think.
Don't think the mistake was a minute and a half, but she lost a minute and a half. I mean, if you add up the physicality as well.
So behind Maria Larsen from Norway here at the top of this ski jumping hill. There's quite a few out of bounds sections marked there with the yellow and black tape. You've got to cut through right by this tower, the top of the ski lift, cutting through behind the building there and then dropping back down into the arena. Remember, it's a very shorter first loop and then a longer second loop, but it's not long before we're going to see Sanna Fast in the arena because she is pulling ahead. So dropping down these paths as well. And sometimes when there are lots of paths, that doesn't necessarily make it quicker. It just makes it more complicated and you've got lots of small detail to read. Yeah,
I mean, I talked to Matthias Kiburtz after the long distance and he said that when he got really tired towards the end and then you got this section where you have many tracks just before the finish, he was always a bit, oh no, why are there so many tracks? It would be so much easier to read the contours only. So if you have this, they're not very, very clear. Sometimes you mistake them for animal tracks or something and then you have to keep it together. It can be a kind of a difficulty, but at the same time, we're talking about paths. It's a basic thing. It's not that you're going to lose 2 or 3 minutes due to something like this.
No, although I think people have lost a minute or so on some errors. That was the F control then punched by Maria Laursen of Norway. You see in the picture, remember the GPS is just a little bit behind the pictures. But here's the leaders, and here is Sweden. It came into second place after the first leg, Hannah Dunberry, but this is really, really attacking from Sanna Fast here. And she will run to the 8th control. She just has to be careful to get the control.
She's actually doing a mistake here. She has been overshooting that control, has to turn. Now she's getting back to the control. What did she need? Or did she punch the control but didn't find the... No, here's the control, so here's the arena passage. She's even drinking.
I wonder if using that as a bit of a reset.
Yeah. I mean, she didn't drink a lot. She didn't put it over her head. It's a 30-minute race. Of course, it's warm, but...
No, you don't need to drink, I think, on this type of a race, but... Well...
But as you said, it can be a good thing to restart, to refocus just when you do a mistake in front of the whole crowd.
And these are the stresses that come in a relay. You have these strange controls on path junctions that you are preparing for this read-through, you're preparing for the map flip maybe, and just maybe preparing for this long leg. Let's see where she goes, heading straight into the forest.
But I mean, she gave away 20 to 25 seconds.
She did. And here is how it should be done, because here is the Norwegian, and you know she was a minute and a half ahead, and now 52 seconds for Norway.
So it was more than 25 seconds. We can also tell you that Sweden heading up into the slope, straight up. So not the same route as almost everyone did on the first leg. Now it's going to be more interesting to compare it then.
Yeah, let's see what Maria Laursen is going to do. 52 seconds back, and she obviously will not have seen the leader going through Sanna Fast and making her decision. So she will make that with a few other influences. Here's the Czech runner, Lucy Dichakova. Got a good collection of junior world champs medals to her name, including adding to that a couple of weeks ago in Italy. In fact, just 1 week ago in Italy. And Dichakova looking really good. She has gained more time ahead of Ida Haapala, putting Czechia into a great position. In fact, I didn't actually see where Maria Laursen went.
She stayed down. She stayed down on the street.
Go straight up the hill. She's gone up into the slope. Has the Czech athlete straight up the slope there, and Ida Haapala reading the second part of the map now. She's faced with this long leg.
No, actually Norway also up, but not. I mean, Sanna Fast did go straight up the hill, took the climb but once. It seems as if Maria Laursen staying in the slope a bit more. Yeah, she's running it.
Ida Haapala do?
Yeah, she is taking it a bit more flat, going a bit around on the right side of the red line.
Cheers, I think, for Ida Haapala as she goes down back on the track now. As you can see, she took every single meter to make that decision to go round, and we'll see whether it pays off. Gempela in 5th. Hers coming through the exchange now. Miss at the kind of first or second control, the first forked controls. And 2:47 behind. We'll watch for Gempela which way
Denmark
she goes.
actually did a big mistake at the control just before the arena passage in the slope. They were together with Switzerland.
They were ahead of Switzerland even
Yeah, they
as well.
were almost together on the way into that control, but Natalia Gempela got it. Agnes Nørgaard didn't.
Gempela down the slope as well. And on this long route, you can see that lots and lots of different route choices taken. So if we recap Sweden and Czechia have gone straight, pretty much directly up the hill. This is this mistake from Denmark. Needed the F
yeah, but she
control.
didn't get the control now, so she's heading out again to the path, then in the wrong place, looking for stones there. Still is in that slope. Still looking for the control.
So Czechia and Sweden have gone straight up. Norway contouring around the hill. Finland went on the track until about the start triangle from the first lap.
Yeah,
Switzerland looks like they will do the same.
On the first leg, they lost about 15 seconds or 20 seconds if they headed up earlier on the path, because they climb, then they drop again, and then climb again.
So those are all the teams we've had through so far at the arena passage on this second leg. Denmark should be the next team in, but made that mistake, as we could see. Dropped now down behind Switzerland. We've got Estonia, Bulgaria also heading down the slope soon to make it to the arena passage. So 5 minutes after the leaders, Denmark coming to the arena passage. Great support from the crowd for all of the different nations. And now she's got to try and pick herself up from that mistake to go again. And obviously the athlete's faced with this big climb. She will make her choice as to where to go. Switzerland and Gempel continuing a long way along the road, not yet cut into the forest. And the Dane keeps going back down onto the road. This will be so interesting now how they fare on this route choice.
But actually Norway struggled a bit just after heading up in the slope. Seemed as if they got as if she got stuck a little bit in the very first section.
Okay, let's
see
have
it
a
there.
replay.
Now it's we're already past that situation. But 4 different route choices executed. I would say that it's a bit of advantage for Switzerland compared to Finland, because as you climb here, oh, she's staying up the slope, okay, then it's fine. That one is going to be interesting.
It's going to be interesting to see if Norway drops back here as
yeah,
a result.
they did, but mostly because I think that they lost time in the beginning as well. But of course, I mean, they headed out only 52 seconds behind, I think. Is that possible?
Yeah, this tail is a 1 minute tail.
Yeah, so she lost definitely more than a minute here already. Yeah, you can see it here. She's losing the path again. Maybe going down. It's not that distinct in the execution, but we can see from Lausen.
But this is going to put Czechia into second. This is also a strange execution from Sanna Fast, I think, here.
Yeah, definitely is.
Yeah, you might have
But
stayed
I mean,
on the more southern
It
path
is
there,
strange. She's going to lose 5 to 10 seconds on that, but she's not going to lose half a minute.
So Norway and Czechia together then.
Switzerland is doing a mistake there.
Yeah.
She didn't find that small track.
Yeah, she will find this forest road now, but it's a slower route.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a mistake, half a minute almost. Doesn't look too big, but if you look from the beginning to the, to the end of the tail, now she's heading back again. If she would have been up there, I think that will be about a half a minute.
I think so. Czechia, they're getting the right track. Here's Gempela and climbing up on this forest road now, or this forest track. she crosses over some of the other tracks. And yeah, maybe the number of paths here are actually proving confusing for the athletes, or maybe you start relying on them too much and then you don't read enough of the other detail. But this is the 10th control then. Here is Sanna Fast. And she is managing to make a gap on the rest of the field. We will see how she went straight up out of this arena. We will see whether that was the quickest route on this leg or not. But we know she's so strong physically. And you can see she's just set her compass for the next control, climbing up the hill again.
We can see that Ida Hapala got stuck there, didn't find the passage, now has to turn back to the crossing of the road. She will be losing time on this one, also about half a minute, I would guess.
Behind Gempela then, she's already crossed the road, going down the track with the outer bound. You can see the tapes on her left-hand side. Are you surprised to see this many mistakes?
Yeah, I am, because when I was out there, I can't really agree that it is hard to navigate with the greens and everything. Not in this part, at least. There's another part we'll head into in the men's race, which is a bit more diffuse. But here I experienced it to be very clear. But of course, I didn't have the pressure. I didn't have other runners around me. I was not running on the limit.
No, we were taking it a lot easier. We're not elite athletes. Lucy Dutrakova then into second place. That was the struggles from Norway climbing up the hill on this long leg to control number 9, and Czechia in second, Norway in third.
Czechia lost about 12 seconds on the route, Norway about 50, Finland more than a minute.
But again, it's about execution though. It's not necessarily about the choice. Because Finland making that mistake and Norway making mistakes. Now Switzerland also making a mistake, but catching up to Finland here. And then I think we will have a group of Finland and Switzerland.
Yeah, I mean, Switzerland's they lost about 40, 50 seconds on this route choice. Half a minute is lost just up to this path.
Here's Gempela.
But I mean, let's not forget that the biggest strength of Sanna Fast is the physicality. So, of course, when she gets the chance to then play it on a path, on a road, then she is very, very quick.
So Sweden climbing up to this H control. There are 2 controls here on this option. And then we have a group of Czechia and Norway. Then I think we will have a group of kind of Finland. This is Ida Hapala coming through here, and very shortly after her we should see Natalia Gempela. But Finland there with struggles on the long leg, not finding the gaps in the road crossing. Means that she is now, and obviously not being able to run along the road when you miss it, means she is now into 4th. Here is Gempela and Switzerland. 3:42 behind Sanna Fast.
Yeah, we can say that Denmark was at almost the same time on their route to control 9. From the arena passage as Sweden, as Sanna Fast. So I would say it's not a bad choice to go around then. Even though, of course, Sanna Fast doesn't have the perfect execution either.
Yeah, but she's got this H control, no problems. And now on the last few controls, descending now into the arena. And leg 8 to 9, there you can see in the graphics there the difference. You can see Sweden and Denmark taking two very different routes, but very, very similar. Great work from the Czech junior, again here in third position. Switzerland losing 49 seconds, but almost all of that on a mistake. We think just missing, there's a section where the path starts and it stops and it starts again. She just didn't get the end of the path. Okay, looking for the leaders coming through here in the darkness of the forest. Sanna Fast of Sweden, and this is such a familiar sight for us commentating on a women's relay, isn't it?
It definitely is. It's been very strong as well in Tiamila and Venla.
Yeah, so the Sweden, the defending world champions, they won in Kuopio World Cup final last season as well with exactly the same team. They were not in amongst the medals in Idre in that World Cup a couple of weeks ago. In fact, they had a much depleted team with neither Lundberg or Alexanderson running. And in fact, Hannah Lundberg, she had an injury. She missed the whole World Cup. Tove Alexanderson didn't run the relay. She went off to do altitude training ready for these World Championships.
Small mistake there by Switzerland on the wrong side of the striped area. Not sure if she's seen the control yet. Oh, she got it. Sanna Fast maybe dropping a little bit too far in the slope there, but gets the track now. Path up will have a very easy entrance to the control.
Okay, back at this control here, waiting for the next few teams in. This is either 12th or 13th control, depending. And in fact, actually, the other side of this advertising here, the blue one, you can see it's camouflaged on the other side. So
they put the signs always in a way that you can't see it from running direction, so on the back side is camouflaged. So they're not. It's not that easy to see as from the camera position.
Oh,
but
it's
still, I mean,
it's still pretty easy to see.
It is,
but,
yes, but it would be
print.
more flashy from the other side.
Yeah. Okay, there is Olausson and Dichikova. Norway and Czechia now back together at this 12th or 13th control. One more control to go in the forest and then back out here into the arena now. She's got to get it right this time. She's punched already the control before the arena passage. The end of the track there through the grass and now into the arena, and Tove Alexanderson waits. It's a familiar position for the Swedish team. They won 2 years ago by 4.5 minutes, and with all three of the team members there winning their leg, Sanna Fast here has managed to pull Sweden up from second into first and extended that lead into a good position. It's looking fantastic for Sweden here.
And I mean, the biggest mistake she did was at the arena passage, so she had more problems here than in the forest, but very strong physically again, just a bit quicker than everyone else. Now Sweden in a perfect situation. They have up to 2 minutes now for Tove in order to get this gold medal.
So there is the exchange, Sweden in the lead. This is the second to last control in the forest. And we're waiting for the next runners. It should be Finland.
Here's Finland, and then Switzerland should be there, very close as well. at least according to the GPS.
Yeah.
Wonder if she's doing a mistake there. She is.
She is doing a mistake.
Yeah, so
Oh
they
my
were
gosh.
together all the way until like 20 meters before the control. But then Gempele didn't get the control. Now she was there, 20 seconds behind. You can see it here. She was lucky to see her, Haapala, exiting the circle.
That's yeah,
But
very
you can
strange.
feel it's a nervous run
And
by
actually,
Gempele.
you can see the control from the path. If you're looking in the right direction, I remember dropping down into that control and you can see it. Anyway, here's second and third place teams. Here's Maria Larsen and Lucy Dietrikova here.
And what a performance by Dietrikova. She's still a junior. She's performing so good. I mean, Maria Larsen is a world-class athlete on the second leg here. She's taking Czechia really into the fight for the medals.
So the two of them really close here. They will leave this meadow area, climb up the gravel and then into this sports arena. This is second and third place after 2/3 of this women's relay. The two athletes stride for stride and the Czech athlete's going to try and change. They both want to do the exchange first. I absolutely know that. Let's get the gap. So Sweden in the lead, and then 2 minutes later, more than 2 minutes later, you can see that Andrina Benjaminsen and Teresa Roturier both waiting there. They know they're in with a chance of a medal. They've got another gap next behind to Finland and Switzerland. So these two, lots of pressure now riding on the two athletes to go out next. They do the final stages of their race. It will be Norway who will hand over first. 2.5 minutes down on the leaders. Czechia next. Great work from the junior there. And Norway and Czechia both handing over.
And now it's very important for Finland and Switzerland to really push all the way to the finish, because every second will count now. They're good athletes in front of them, but it's still a possibility to get a bronze medal or even a silver.
Absolutely, Finland here. So you can remember that mistake from Natalia Gempele, that 12th, 13th control. That's pushed her back because she had was level with the Finn. And you can see they know the gap. They know the gap as the next two athletes run out. You have the incoming athletes, they pass each other. They know exactly what the gap is. They have so much information that they're trying to have to deal with, and they just need to focus on their own orienteering. Amy Niemann said she was so nervous, but actually you get into the forest and then you are so used to this routine, you kind of know what to do then, and the nerves change. There's Venla Harju. Behind her, Simona Abersol, the new long-distance world champion. And Finland dropping down a place here on this leg, but still in the shout of a medal. We've seen so many mistakes, especially on this second leg as well. Anything could happen and they just have to keep a clean race. So Finland exchanging here. Ida Haapala over to Venla Harju. The gap, 3:57. Here comes Switzerland as well. Natalia Gempele with mistakes out there in this last control. Will hand over to Simona Abersol, who will chase down Finland. The gap then between the two is 16 seconds. So top 5 teams in now. Sanna Fast had a good run out in the forest, apart from the arena passage. Sanna, I bet you must be kicking yourself from that, but otherwise it looked really good. How do you feel?
Yeah, it was quite tricky, but I really tried to take my time for every control, but the only one I didn't do that was at the arena passage, so that's a bit sad, but I think the 2 minutes is still enough for Tuve.
When you say that it was quite tricky, can you explain a little bit more what exactly that was the tricky part?
I mean, it was always quite close to pass, but it was so green and the visibility was quite bad, so and a lot of fallen trees everywhere, not just where it was green on the map, so I think that's why I felt it was quite tricky.
Yeah, and you had this long leg out after the arena passage as well. You went straight up the hill. Tell us about what your choice and how you made that decision.
I thought that I just wanted to run on the big path. I thought it looked quite flat on the map, but actually it wasn't. So I got a bit angry at myself that I hadn't checked well enough that there was no elevation, but I think it was a quite good route choice to be able to push quite hard.
And how do you find it to stay motivated when you're out there in the forest? It's super physical as well.
Yeah, I'm just like thinking about Hanna and Tove, and I really wanted to do like a good race for them.
Well, it looks really, really great. Great position for Sweden at the moment. Well done.
Yeah, thank you.
So Sanna fast there as we see the next team in. This is Denmark here. A mistake for Ans Norgård before the arena passage. And this is Colombia. This is the first team from Colombia just doing their exchange now. So Denmark in a podium position at the moment, top 6. Taking the exchange there, and then the third leg runners now out on the arena, out on their third leg, beginning their course. And it's quite a different third leg compared to the first two. It's a longer, it has a slightly different shape as well. I'm sure we'll see that in just a moment. But it's a slightly different challenge to go, and we have Tove Alexanderson on there as well. But one of the highlights from that second leg was Lucy Dichikova here, a junior running for Czechia. Looked really great. So tell us a little bit about your race.
Well, I didn't know what to expect about it, but yeah, it wasn't so hard. So I tried to push as hard as possible, and yeah, it went quite well. So I'm really satisfied.
Can you tell us a bit? I mean, you were, I guess, mostly focusing on the Junior World Championships until 1 week ago, and then it's a shift, and suddenly you stand here on the second leg and you run together with world-class runners like Maria Olausen. How do you handle that? How does it feel when you're out there and you know the other runners and you hope? I mean, you know their strength as well.
Yeah, actually, it was a great experience for me, and I'm really happy for the opportunity to run second leg in Czech team. Yeah, I know that the girls around me are stronger. So I just try to focus on my map performance, and yeah, it went well.
You know what? I think your teammates should be very happy and thankful, not only you to get a chance.
Hope so.
Well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's have a look then at this third leg, the TV control here. And here comes Tove Alexanderson, the lead for Sweden. She had the B forking drop down to the road, and now she goes off here on this extra loop here that we didn't see on the first or the second leg. She will cut through the forest and do this loop more towards the northwest of the terrain, and actually this third leg is quite different to the first and second. They have this extra loop here. They take the arena passage much later in the course and then have a shorter loop. We will get the chance to show you that a little bit as we see the GPS tracking. But yeah, big lead for Sweden, but very close there between the next runners. Switzerland, Finland, both had the A control, although obviously we've lost some of their GPS trackers here.
Switzerland, Finland, obviously together almost, having both the A control. It's a bit a pity for Denmark that they had this mistake there just on the second leg, just before the end of the last loop, because otherwise I think the gap is not grown that much since then.
So you can follow Tove Alexanderson through to the fourth control. You can see lots of tracks here. The runnability is really, really quick, and the control's really close to the track as well. The visibility here, the runnability here is a little bit better, I'd say. And then there's kind of these sections of kind of like grassy open areas. There's, I think, like frisbee golf or something that's at the top of this hill, and it's very, very open, and it means the running speed can be super, super high. So we don't have Czechia there in the picture, but we do have the other top 6.
Yeah, but Czechia is somewhere between Norway and Switzerland. Now you can see them.
Yes, so Teresiana, I was going to say Yanashikova, Roturier, indeed, after she got married, is there in the 3rd position. Here's Alexanderson.
And you can see here what they mean by saying that there are many fallen trees. We knew that before. We're talking about those kind of bugs that they make the trees weaker, and when it's stormy, they fall down in the area here in the forests.
But you can find these tracks as well. You just take your speed on this section, and it's fairly straightforward here. There's no forkings as well on this loop. So the gap at the exchange was 2 minutes 27 seconds between Sweden and Norway. So bigger now. We look for Norway. And Andrina Benjaminsen, here she comes.
Yeah, and we're also looking for Czechia.
So Benjaminsen in second, 3:06.
Czechia should be around 15 to 20 seconds behind. Then it'll be interesting to see if the teams behind Finland and Switzerland, if they're closer to the medal positions now than they were at the changeover. Here's Teresa Roturier.
Yeah, so lost about a minute compared to Alexanderson on this first section. Of course, we have the different forkings now starting to even themselves out. And those are the routes, as you can see there, the different options. Back with the leader, back with Alexanderson. She's going to climb up here towards the 6th control. Again, picking all of these path routes. It would be interesting to see whether they did stick to the paths or whether they kind of climbed here and now.
Episode much closer to the medal positions now, about a minute closer.
And overtaken Finland as well.
Yeah.
Venharju there. So Switzerland running quicker than Alexanderson, and that's pushing her up closer to that bronze medal position.
We can also say that Benjaminsen's taking a different route compared to Alexanderson to the 4th control. Going a bit further away from the red line.
Yeah.
I think that Alexanderson's route was quite good, actually.
Yeah, I think that's a bit unnecessary to go.
I mean,
there because the tracks are the small tracks are quite good.
Yeah, but it's a big path, and she won't lose a lot of time. But we can compare them because Czechia is going the same as Alexanderson.
And Alexanderson about to approach this next control. This is her 6th control. There's a kind of small farm on the left-hand side. She's going to approach this meadow. The control's on a boulder. And she's just keeping it super stable here. She's so used to being in this position. She's quite used to now being on this last leg. And that was the route from Norway then into control 4. Switzerland going the same route as Alexanderson.
And the same route as Czechia, which we haven't in the GPS comparison here. Their GPS device froze again, but it looks as if they had gone on this one as well. Here's Benjaminsen in the upper right corner. You see that visibility is a bit lower, but she is basically here in this green area, or on the edge of the green area.
Yeah, you can see she's just looking for this boulder.
She's a bit too early.
Yeah, she's a bit too high up as well, I think. It's in the re-entrance,
but
so
you can see the hill there. That's very just behind the control is very well visible.
And we get the time check at the 6th control. So already a million minutes since Alexanderson passed at that point. So dropping down out of the control, getting this track, and now climbing up the hill. Few different choices. I think, yeah, Benjaminsen takes the hill here. Alexanderson went left. Not too much difference. You can see that even, I mean, she is on the track here, but there's small little animal trods through different parts of the terrain as well. So it does make it a bit more runnable in parts if you manage to find those. Benjaminson will drop through to the next track, take a left. Great work from our running cameras, just keeping her in the picture. And then soon on her way to the 6th control when we get that time check. The gap was about 3 minutes. I think it will be a little bit more now as well.
3:06 to be precise.
Yeah, here comes Benjaminson, the bronze medalist in the long distance.
But didn't lose so much time here. This section.
That's true, I thought it would
Even
be
though
more.
she had a different route to control 4. Or maybe that's the reason why she didn't lose more time.
Yeah, she's game time.
Be interesting now to see how it develops behind. If it's just Alexanderson that's maybe playing a bit more safe here. I mean, she knows that she has quite a big lead.
And we don't have the trackers of the following teams, Czechia and Switzerland.
And now we have Czechia here and
Switzerland first. So Abersold overtaken.
Yeah, the gap was 4:08 to Abersold. So Abersold faster here compared to Alexanderson. Now Switzerland back in the top 3, or maybe not back, the first time I think throughout this relay. Here we have Alexanderson. That's again the same TV control that we had on the first 2 legs.
Here's Van Hayu, 30 seconds off 4th and 3rd even as well. Still could see mistakes in this terrain, but no problems there for the leaders. That's Sara Hagström, ran the middle distance. And did you run the long distance as well? Can't remember. Part of the Swedish team. And in fact, was in the team that won 2 years ago when she was in really, really good shape. Powered that team to a lead of 4.5 minutes on that relay in Switzerland. Recap of the standings at the Exchange 2, so 2/3 of the way round. We kind of stopped focusing on it after the 6th team, Denmark. So we saw Estonia and Austria in there as well. So our next TV control is control number 9. Norway here cutting through the forest to find this boulder. It's not too tricky a control. And so Simona Abersold's caught Finland, she's caught Czechia. Can she catch Norway is the question. She's managed to pull herself up into a medal position.
It's half a minute, the gap. I think it's
possible. I mean, look at that. I think it's less than half a minute now.
Yeah, but the tail is a minute. It's still around half a minute actually.
So we wait at control number 9. We're looking for Norway and then for Switzerland. And we will look at the gap. It was 30 seconds between the two of them in silver and in bronze. In fact, you can look through the forest there. We can see Benjaminson coming from a long way away here. This is earlier teams as well passing the control.
Just 2:56 before. Might be a bit more now.
And now the question is also whether Abersold will be able to see Benjaminsen, whether she'll be able to get that feedback. She'll know she's past the others. Of course, we saw her with Roturier.
But I mean, she will get the feedback latest at the arena passage. Now the gap is exactly 3 minutes, so she lost 4 seconds. Quite equal speed here between Alexandersson and Benjaminsen, but looks like Abersold is quicker than Alexandersson and Benjaminsen.
Yeah, just really reading the detail on the map here. And then going through to the control. The gap still 30 seconds.
Yeah, actually exactly the same speed almost between. She lost 5 seconds compared to Alexandersson. And she lost, she lost 1 second compared to Benjaminsen. Result, here's Roturier.
Yeah, so Roturier there, and she has to be careful that she's not going to be caught by Venla Hayu now. Hayu will see the Czech athlete ahead.
Yeah, Roturier, she lost half a minute from last time we saw her. Lost TV control. Very soon we're gonna have Tove Alexandersson at the arena passage. She's just punched the control before. Here we are behind Benjaminsen on the top of the hill.
Yeah, she'll step out into this meadow section. She's got to. It can be quite complicated here, as you have all of these extra kind of barriers out in the terrain. There's like a playground and everything, and you've got to just stay at the top of the hill and go past the tower. Alexandersson grabs some water. She gets the feedback. I think you can see Håkon Karlsson holding up 3 fingers there, telling her it's a 3-minute gap, so she can relax here. It's still about a 3-minute gap. And Alexandersson reading on this second part here. No problems as she follows the blue markers through to where the navigation starts again. And this time it's not this long control after leaving the arena passage. It's a shorter control, and you basically have to climb this hill. It's whether you climb it straight up or whether you take a diagonal, but really physical second section. So Czechia there, Norway, Finland, Switzerland, taking the different forking options. Finland has F.
Switzerland has D, so they have a bit of the inside option here compared to Norway. It's hard to say how much the gap is now when we had the frozen GPS device for Benjaminsen. And of course, I mean, Benjaminsen had it a bit shorter just before this passage here at the top of the hill, then it's a bit longer. The second part should be quite similar in the end.
So still medals up for grabs. Not been decided by any stretch of the imagination here. Still one last loop to go, a big climb up out of the control. But after the arena passage, there's no more forkings, there's no more gaffles. It's all a common loop. And this is, we can see what this loop looks like here.
I think it's a good decision to not climb all at once. You're a bit faster, even though if you have the track there. You could also take the steps, but that would be too extreme.
Yeah, you just got to keep good direction, and then you get to that little terrace just before the control. Here's Benny Minson then in silver medal position. And remember, she was about 3 minutes behind.
Exactly
It will
3
be
minutes.
about the same, I think. And we've got to see where we will see Switzerland as well.
It was a 30 seconds gap between Norway and Switzerland. The gap still 3 minutes and 2 seconds for Benjaminsen.
Whoop. Tries to take on a bottle there. She has a few meters of running where she can take that on before turning over her map and taking the second loop, a shorter loop for this third and final leg.
I think the gap might be a bit bigger now than it was before. Different forking just before the arena passage. No mistake visible for Abersold.
No.
Now she will get the feedback from the coaches how big the gap is between Benjaminsen and her up to the silver medal position.
Oh, she dropped her map.
No,
Yes, she's dropped her map. She's dropped her map.
yeah, you're
She's
right.
she's what?
She's
It's a double-sided map, but she's dropped it.
yeah. Now she's
It's oh my goodness me! I don't think
Good
I've ever
catch there,
seen this
Catherine.
before. She threw it at the water points. Oh my goodness me! I don't think I've ever seen this before. So she needs to go find her map,
yeah,
pick it up.
yeah. That's something you actually get to know at the team leaders meeting.
Yeah.
So they know about the map flip. She threw away the map and possibly the silver medal as well here. Of course, it's still not over. She's quite an adrenaline boost now after this one.
Oh my gosh! Well, she's going to need something to help her get up that hill, and the adrenaline will be pumping right now because that was a huge mistake then from Abersold. So on the long distance, they had 3 separate maps. And when you came through the arena passage, you dropped one map and you picked up another one. And then again later in the course, you dropped your map and picked up another one. So you couldn't plan ahead. Today, it's different. You have one side of the map on the first side and the other, then you turn over the map for the second loop. But they all know this, and this is what happens in a relay. We saw Sonnefast overshooting the last control before the arena passage. We saw Abersold having to go back to pick up her map again. This is relay running.
Yeah, this is things that happen on a relay but really shouldn't.
Yes. I can visualize the memes already.
I mean, there are so few things you really can prepare for, but the runover is one you can. You have often you have kind of a map with a plan how it will look like. You know there's a map flip, another map change, but of course there are many details you get to know them beforehand, and it's not easy to know which one that will affect you when you're gonna run.
This is what happened then, okay? So
Yeah.
she drops the map, picks up a drink, decides which drink. I think sometimes you have sports drink and water, and she wants to pick up water so she can throw it all down herself. She gets the indication
A bit
from...
unlucky that the coach didn't see it there as well.
Well, if the coach had assisted her in that...
Well, I mean, it's a coaching zone. I don't. Well, it's a grey zone, but they would definitely have done it. I know from the from WOC that there were big discussions when they physically intervened and kind of stopped the runner and sent her back to a control. This would be different here, I would say.
Okay, so she was within a minute of Norway, had to go back, so dropped to more than a minute behind Norway there. So lost like 40 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, now the
Not
gap
more.
is, I would say, 110, 115 at the changeover. It was 42, so I'd say about half a minute that she lost.
And then you can see 3 different approaches from Switzerland, Czechia and Finland climbing up this hill towards the next control.
Yeah, Switzerland will head up to the road. I guess if she's heading up in that direction, she's going to use the road and not the path, because that would mean that she would drop down again. Norway quite straight. I think that Norway executes this really good here. Czechia looks on a good way as well, actually. Finland heading up straight the hill. going a bit different compared to the others.
Here's Alexanderson.
Yeah.
Dropping onto the track, just looking around her a little bit. She's on her way to the 16th control. It's quite a small re-entrant on the right-hand side,
Yeah,
but
you
you
can
see it from the path. I
She
don't know
played
if
it very safe. She approached that path far too much to the right. I guess that she made that on purpose, so she gets a bit of time on the path towards control 16, and no problems at all there.
It's actually really green after this control, and it's nice to stay high and then go round it until it gets a little bit more white, and then you start descending the hill down towards control number 17.
You can see the gap still around 65 to 70 seconds between Switzerland and Norway. Between Switzerland and Czechia, it's, I'd say, 45 seconds maybe. Maybe a bit less. Hard to say.
So hard to say whether Switzerland would have, what would have happened if Switzerland had caught Norway, but I don't think she will have lost the bronze medal on, Abersold will not have lost the bronze medal on that mistake.
Well, let's see. We're not at the finish yet.
We're not at the finish yet. There's still a few controls to go.
Finland seems to get quite close to Czechia now, right? Czechia seems to be a bit in this fallen tree bits there, a bit trapped there. Good speed for Finland and Venla-Harju. Can also see that the speed by Abersold is good at the moment. Now it's almost a minute. It was around 70-75 at control 14.
You can see Teresa Ratoria really struggling there. She has had a few injuries recently, and you can see she's not in kind of peak physical fitness for her career. I've seen her in much better shape previously.
And very soon we're going to have Sweden to the second to last control, and then, they won it. They're going to get the gold medal here. Not a big surprise, but then on the other hand, you always have to execute it first. We have seen many runners struggling, even though it's not the most technical course.
No, but you could see Alexanderson make safe decisions. That gap was really opened up by Sanna Fast, who, even though she made the mistake at the arena passage by just not punching the control before the arena passage, having to go back, she opened up that gap for Sweden. And then Tove Alexanderson has not seen anybody around the course here. She's just been running about the same speed as the others. And Tove Alexanderson will join the others here. She's just checking her maps here, and it's going to be the 23rd world title for Tove Alexanderson. She will match the most number of world titles here with this relay one. She will equal Simona Nigli's record of 23 world championship titles. And the team here running in together, Hanna Lundberg, Sanna Fast, and in the middle, the anchor leg, Tove Alexanderson, writing her name into the history books. The Swedes, the big favourites for this race, defending their title, taking yet another win. All three of these athletes, multiple medalists for this World Championships, and great work for them. Hanna Lundberg taking out on first leg, came back in second, just a few seconds behind Norway, but pulled up a gap on the rest of the field. Sanna Fast solidified that with a great run from her, and then Tove Alexanderson, so reliable when she's got a gap ahead of all of the others. Sweden with a gold, a clear gold here, and we wait to see who comes next.
It's going to be a tight fight there for the fourth position between Finland and Czechia. Otherwise, it seems to be quite clear. Norway is going to get the silver if Benjaminsen just gets control 17 right. She's in good direction, so that looks good. for the Norwegian team. Then Switzerland very safe on position 3. Right now we can see Abersold in the picture here. Benjaminsen actually a bit low in the slope.
Yeah, but you can see that line of crags, I think, fairly easily in the slope and in the terrain.
And everything, that should be no problem. Maybe the GPS is even a little bit off, because she's straight heading down to the road and should be at the last control now.
Yeah, she's here really soon, and will be the silver medal for Norway. Benjaminsen's second medal.
Very quick time here. She went out, I think, more than 3 minutes behind Alexandersson.
Yeah, so she's had
2.5. It wasn't at the start.
Yeah, it was 2:27. Yeah. So it will be maybe quite similar here, similar time to Alexandersson. And this Norwegian team will end up with a silver medal. And to be honest, most of the work done by Pia Young-Vik on that first leg was so impressive. The youngest member of the team then handed over to Maria Lausen, who just did her job super well, and then Andrina Benjaminsen managed to pull away from Czechia on this last leg.
I mean, Olausen struggled a bit in the beginning, but then turned it around, worked herself into the competition, and in the end, I mean, Benjaminsen kept calm even when Abersold got closer and closer. Abersold a bit stressed maybe. I don't know if she saw Olausen in the end, but well, with this mistake at the arena passage, I think she can be happy with this bronze medal. She did a good performance here. She could overtake the two teams we have in the picture and secure the bronze for Switzerland.
This is a fight for fourth. Venla Harju from Finland and Teresa Roturier from Czechia, fourth and fifth positions. This will be the bronze medal for Simona Abersold, climbing up this hill to the arena. And she, at the arena passage, threw away her map. She had to go and pick it back up again.
But I mean, her time is still good. She was more than 4 minutes behind Sweden at the changeover. Now it's less. So still a good performance, but of course she took herself out of the fight for the silver medal there.
Yeah, she... I think hopefully she can have a joke about it with her teammates.
It would have been difficult anyway to get it, because Benjaminsen did a great job in to secure this silver position. And I think the Swiss can be very happy with this medal, because all of them had struggles throughout the course. Paula Gross was already 2.5 minutes behind, and then Gabriele didn't have a great run either.
Oh, and now there's a fight on for fourth and fifth. Roturier is now ahead of Harju. They're up the hill now, and has she got the gap? Has she made the gap for Czechia? I think she has. Venla Harju won't give up now. And the two of them fighting all the way to the line. Roturier looks behind for Czechia, but Harju isn't done yet. It will be good enough, I think, for Czechia. And she was caught around this course, but she's saved enough for the sprint finish. She's really giving it everything all the way to the line. Great result for Czechia to get fourth. Again, they've not had the best individual performances at these championships. And Finland across the line. Goodness me, Harju collapsing across the line into fifth place. And the wait for a medal for Finland continues.
And we just have to name again, Czechia had a junior on the second leg. Such a great performance. She basically brought them into the fight for the medals. Then of course it's hard for Roturier against Benjaminsen, Abersold, Alexandersson. We also know that she's, as you mentioned before, maybe not in the shape of her career at the moment, but I think she did a good job here, and in the end it was a tough fight between Finland and Czechia for this fourth position. Finland, I mean, what could they have done better? It was quite solid actually. They would have needed more today though. They would have needed more mistakes from the others, and maybe a bit more luck in a few decisive moments. But I think throughout the whole competition it was quite an okay performance by the Finnish team as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, Amy Niemann coming in for the first leg, having all of that stress as well. So we've got 5 teams into the finish. Denmark currently in 6th position, Great Britain in 7th, but Alexandra Hornick has pulled up from 10th to 7th there. This is looking really good for Poland, closing in on Great Britain's Megan Mitchell on this last section, but it'll be a few minutes before we see the Danish team in, climbing back up to the track there. Megan Mitchell, I think, was a doubt as to whether she would be running in the team today with hamstring issues. She needs to make sure she keeps climbing here.
I mean, we're still in the fight for a diploma, for a top 6. Looks very good for Denmark. It's still, I mean, it's a pity that they struggled on the second leg. Agnes Nørgaard Kracht with quite a big mistake just before the arena passage when she almost, I think she was together with Natalia Kemperle, or even a bit ahead, but came to the wrong forking and then struggled to relocate.
But Alexandra Hornick looking really good up the hill here. She's catching up, overtaking Megan Mitchell on this last leg. She's caught 2 minutes on the Brit already. Oh no, she caught 20 seconds at the exchange, then was behind, I think, after the first section, then managed to catch back up again. No problems there for Malin Eggevi Christensen from Denmark at this 15th control. And then you have this option to aim off right of the control itself, get to that big track before it, and then it's quite a small re-entrance. We could see a sprint finish for 7th and 8th. So these are the final results. Beautiful conditions here, mid-20s, only getting warmer though for the men's relay coming up next. In about 15 minutes time. Got a few more teams to take into the finish first. Let's have a look at the tracking on the last leg.
Yeah, so this is the clear lead here for Alexanderson. Just at the start of the last leg. Then we have Czechia and Norway chasing together at this point. Finland and Switzerland behind. Very similar routes here to the first control, of course, because you have to go all the way to the starting point. No problems for the runners here at the first control, at the first forking. Then you have a different route choice here by Benjaminsen to control 4 compared to the other ones. My feeling was that it might have been a bit quicker to go the way that Czechia and Switzerland did. Here I actually had the feeling that Czechia and Switzerland, they get closer and closer to Norway, but then it's a bit of a hesitation at control 8 for Benjaminsen, but then it seemed that from here, from control 9, Benjaminsen was definitely able to put in another gear, kind of defending this 30 to 40 seconds all the way to the arena passage. And then, as we know, we had Abersol that threw away the map and also the silver medal at control 13, or the possible silver medal, we have to say. Different routes here. You can see Finland climbing up straight. Seemed to be quite good, at least compared to Czechia. Czechia got a bit stuck in this green stripe areas from here. Different route choices, Finland and Czechia. 2:15, then they were together preparing for the fight for the run-in, the sprint for the 4th position, which Czechia and Teresa Roturier won.
And I'm here with the new Swedish world champions. Congratulations, Hanna, Sanna, and Tove. Let's start with you, Hanna. The first leg together with Norway's Pia Youngvik. How was your experience of that?
Yeah, it was fun to push against Pia, and I think I handled to focus on my orienteering all the way through the finish, so I'm really happy with my performance.
And let's move on to you, Sanna. You create quite a gap on that second leg. What was your experience of the first controls there where Norway stayed behind and you just keep pushing?
Yeah, I just tried to like orienteer really carefully and just take my time for every control, and yeah, it went really well, except for the arena passage.
It went really well and created a gap for 2.5 minutes for you, Tove. That meant you could take it pretty safe, or what?
Yeah, when Hanna and Sanna ran so good, I could feel that we was well prepared and had a really good tactic, and I really wanted to do as good as them, so I was just really focused on the orienteering and really careful in the end to pick all the controls in a good way, so it was a fantastic feeling to meet them at the finish.
The 4th straight relay goal for Sweden, and number 23 for you, Tove, tying up Simona Nicholas' record. What does that mean for you?
I'm not focusing so much about that. It's like everyone else is asking all the time, but for me it's like every single race is what I'm focusing on, and this way is so fun to run really together. And of course all the other medals and gold I have is also because of the team. We are working a lot together to not only for the relays, also for the individual. We are pushing each other to be better, so I have to thank the team for all this year, to the others medals as well I have.
Thank you so much, and congratulations once again.
Thank you so much.
So the winning team, yet another gold medal in the relay for the Swedish women's team. A lead of 2.5 minutes in the end for them. And an equal best number of world titles for Tove Alexandersson. She has got the same number as Simona Nigli, joint best performance. So we'll move on to the men's relay then now, and another test of navigation, of physicality on this hill as the temperature increases as well. Teams of 3, of course, and only 1 team per nation. There have been a few last-minute changes as well in some of the men's teams, with injuries forcing to change the actual team as well after 2 tricky middle and long distance days already. Mid-20s here, the temperature warm for Finland. I don't think it'll bother the athletes
It's quite
too
warm
much.
generally. It's up to 28 degrees, I think, today. So it's not only warm for Finland.
Well,
it's not that heat that
I
there
don't
was
know.
in Central Europe, but it's still warm.
Yeah, I'm going back to 30 degrees when I go home after this. Anyway, for the men's, we actually have a longer first and second leg, 6.5 kilometres, and then leg 3 is a bit different. Again, it's similar to the concept of the women's relay. So I think we'll show you the first couple of legs initially, and then talk you through the third one later. So this is how it looks then for this men's race.
Yeah, it's very similar as it was in the women's race. You can see that on the first loop here, we go in this part that the women have been on the third leg and then back towards the arena. Quite similar structure as the last loop of the third leg in the women's race. Then we have this long leg out again after the arena passage. We have seen this one before, and the different possibilities. Maybe it will be a little bit different in order to what's the fastest in the men's race compared to the women's race. This is the course, so those are the first 2 legs. The third one will then go a little bit further in the middle part of the course. So one of the route choices. You can take one of these different passages over the street in order to get to the second control, a bit depending as well on what forking you have at the first control. I would say that, yeah, I mean the straight one under the red line should be quite a good option for all of the runners. Here you can see this is a very typical picture from the surrounding. At the first control, blueberry, but they're very low. The runnability is very good. Visibility is very good. You can see those fallen trees here. These are the striped areas on the map. So you can actually need those for navigation. Then the middle section, we are now on the straight line. The straight option, as we saw before, there would be one to the left and one to the right as well. But of course, you don't need to run on the path if you can run on the meadow as here. Then this, you can also see the shift from the vegetation on the ground, from just around the first control and here. A bit more fern coming into the picture. It's actually not the blueberries here, it's a bit more bushy, but it's still good visibility and good runnability. And then the long leg out from the arena, it's exactly the same that we had in the women's race with the route choice. Either go straight up, then do something parallel to the slope. You could also drop a little further down, wouldn't have to climb, or you could go up just after the forbidden area, the out of bounds area, and then stay a bit closer to the red line. But these are the three main possibilities.
Yeah, we saw all of them taken in the women's race, all fairly even as well. It's actually more about the execution of those routes as well, not kind of getting stuck anywhere, not mistaking one track for another either. Here's the start list then, and Switzerland are defending champions, but I would name some other nations amongst the big favourites for today's race.
Yeah, I would have agreed with you before I was out in the terrain and saw it. I would count Switzerland in as one of the big favorites again, because it's a terrain, a type of terrain that you really can find in Switzerland as well, and that many of the runners feel comfortable with if you are based in Switzerland. But of course, I mean, the biggest favorites on beforehand, Sweden and Norway. Sweden with two very strong teams at the last World Cup, but of course today only with one team, but Martin Drekborn, Emil Svensk and Max Peter Beimer. Max Peter Beimer didn't run the long distance, he did run the middle distance, but this could be a bit of an advantage towards the end if you're in a fight head-to-head, man-to-man on the last controls. Norway then with the two world champions, Erik Langedal Breivik and Kasper Fosse on leg 2 and 3. Of course, you're a favorite if you have two world champions in your team.
Absolutely. So Switzerland, the defending champions, Daniel Hubman to lead them off. Topi Sirilainen here for Finland, with Mika Kimmel on the last leg. Martin Drekborn, new silver medalist, going to go first out for Sweden. Jürgen Backlid then will lead it out for Norway. How well can he do before handing over to two new world champions? The French team, super great results from the French team. They're actually the third best nation at the World Cup a couple of weeks ago. Czechia, what can they do? They've got a late replacement, Kral in for Krivda at the end, and Daniel Bolhovsky Jr. on the anchor leg. This is Latvia as well. It's not Rudolf Cernis on the first leg. We have a replacement there too, and Poland to complete the first line, the first 8. The athletes getting ready to go. Austria next, Niklas Kastner to lead them out. Janis Bonek, the strongest member of the Austrian team, on the second leg. And Hungary there with Zoltan Rudoso taking the first leg there. 40 teams lining up and only a couple of seconds to go before the start of the men's relay. Hush. Descending on this arena and on the start line. There they are, the beginning of the men's relay. 40 teams out there, only one team per nation. It counts every single runner here, and they begin their race. Many of the athletes in shorts. It's super good here, and you can have cheers there. That's Topi Sirilainen going off the front for Finland, getting himself into a good position. We've got Sweden, we've got Norway there too.
Yeah, and I mean, it's very similar situation to the women's race. Of course, we don't have that many teams. Sweden, instead of having 3 top teams, now with only 1 top team. But what I expect to be a bit different in the men's race, they are closer when it comes to the physically strength they have. I wouldn't say that there is a big favorite on that first leg as we had in the women's race. It would surprise me if there would be such a big gap that we have seen just a few minutes before, but at the same time, I mean, it could happen anyway. We have been surprised before by how big the gaps get. I would say this is, since the runnability is better and you don't have to fight for every step here, there are more athletes that actually can keep up. At the same time, usually in a relay, you have a few runners that actually have an advantage of that the runners in front of you have to slow down a little bit when you get into technical areas. I wouldn't say that's really the case today. As long as you have control, you can push really, really hard, close to 100% at any time. So it's at the same time a kind of an advantage and disadvantage for the runners behind. But I expect it to be very close on the first leg and in the relay overall.
Yeah, absolutely. Just that better kind of depth of physical talent amongst the men's teams and the runners that we've seen as well. So climbing up out of the starts, most of them on this track, they'll then cut up and they'll have one of these 3 controls here to begin with.
Here we have Syrjalainen in the lead, then Riekborn for Sweden, Hubacek for Czechia, Austria, quite far up there.
There's back lead as well for Norway, Guidoso for Hungary. They will leave the path at the same time, take these same routes as well through this greener section here, the younger trees.
It's Hoopman for Switzerland and Great Britain, I think. Yeah.
Yep. That's Luke Fisher, I think, on the first leg. Yes. He started orienteering at university, at Cambridge University.
So I guess he wasn't 80 years old then.
No, a relative newcomer to orienteering.
Quite spread out, even though they seem lined up here. You have teams a bit further to the left. You have teams that went more to the right, running on a path.
Now you can see Hubman taking the different route there, wanting to go to his control. And these athletes they pretty much will expect a forked control to number 1.
Yeah, they would be very surprised if it wasn't forked to the first control, I guess.
I think the only time we've ever had it not forked
you can't have that here, because then you have usually on big relays you have 3K's lag, and if you have a 3K lag, you just turn it back.
Yeah, exactly. Some of the big relays we have had a common first control, but there's been really good different route choices to it anyway, so it splits people up. Anyway, let's have a replay then of the GPS tracking. 2 minutes into the race.
You can see that a few of the runners stayed more to the left, France for example, and then Switzerland going more to the right. If you have the C control, of course that's a good thing to do.
Oh, there's a mistake from Norway.
Yeah, and now really you don't have so many opportunities here to do mistakes. I mean, you're not allowed to do many mistakes in this men's relay, that's what I want to say. Of course, he will be now together with Switzerland and France here, but next time he will have a bit further control, maybe the C1, and then they will drop behind.
So you can see quite spread out different forkings here to this next control, with A being a lot more to the west or to the south even, and then they've got 2 options. C just has 1 option here. It's quite creative in the forkings, actually. It's quite a Finnish speciality, I think. We see that. You know, some relay runners, you just have 3 controls really, really close together. This, we've had forkings where some of the options have 2 controls, some has 1 control, some has a control much earlier. And I think that makes it quite exciting. And that's what we see a lot of creative forkings on the big relays like Jokela. Like, I think more so than Tiomila, and I think they quite like it.
I can agree with you on that one, but I think you could have put forkings today that would have made it more difficult for the runners to keep together, or to you could try to trigger a bit more mistakes or situations where they follow towards the wrong control. I think it's quite obvious today.
Yeah. I mean, you just look at here how far.
I mean, you have a control before the path or after the path, and then you have you have so good when you have the forkings, you have such good visibility often. So I think, yeah, in a way, with these different options, 1 control, 2 control, they open up. And the another way, you could maybe have tried to make it a bit more difficult for the runners to keep together. So this is the replay. Let's take another look at Norway. Should go to control B. I mean, it's not a huge mistake. They followed to A. Sweden actually did the same thing and then had to go back to B, I would say 10 seconds. And of course, if you... I mean, A here is the quickest one. If you have that, it's the first one, and it's closest into running direction to the second option at this point here. But then, of course, A has another control. They're on the way, so it will even out. But here it's the shortest one.
Yeah, so mistakes from Sweden and from Norway, from Martin Regborn and from Jürgen Backlid. And it puts Finland there. You can see Siri Leinen and Hubacek there in the lead. But they have had that shorter forking. There's Hungary as well, Germany as well. Their best ever World Championships in the forest for Germany in terms of their individual performances.
Right.
Now I think we just lost Switzerland's.
I can see that all of the runners that have the A control, of course, should go to the left there. I think the ones that have B or C, they could have used the meadow as we had in the preview.
Yeah, they'll go a little bit further than they need to. This is the 2A control, you can see here. Finland, oh, maybe making a mistake because he was leading there. Got Australia in there too. Henry McNulty on the first leg. And now you have those different routes to the B controls, Sweden going left. You can see some of the other nations going right. Closer to those who've got C. Finland now here choosing to stay higher. You can see some of these smaller trees reduces the visibility a little bit. It means you can't see exactly where you're putting your feet.
Yeah, but exactly here you're in the green area. Then it opens up again. This is the hill where the C and A control is located at. The B control a bit more to the left. So there you have Czechia, Germany, Finland, all punching here, Hungary.
Get the time check at the next control.
Yeah, the very good start, as you mentioned before, for Germany. Ole Henseler. And I mean, well, as I mentioned before, a race like this, quite continental in bits, maybe not always when it comes to the vegetation, but the idea of the terrain and everything suits, of course, the Germans as well. Very good. He could kind of, yeah, on the checks, and he could kind of avoid nervous behavior of a few teams here in the beginning, and now he's in the leading group. And he's even leading the pack. So that looks very good. And it looks also very good for Finland because from the favorites, of course, this might be the only team here in this leading group. There's an athlete from the women's race still. So we have Germany, Czechia, Finland, Australia and Hungary. But it shouldn't take long until we have the next group.
Yeah, so we
Runners.
question in the A forking the fastest here, or just maybe the best executed by this group.
I think it was the
quartet
fastest option. And then a good decision also on the route choice.
Yeah, really great there from Ole Hensler. 4 seconds ahead of the others. Just took that control really directly as well. Estonia. There's Sweden and France as well. Mathieu Perrin.
Here's Hoopman for Switzerland.
And Norway.
Markleet.
So 20 seconds down.
Have 15 teams within half a minute.
Bojan Vandikov there for Bulgaria.
It's Italy, right?
Yep. Mariani, Francesca Mariani. Safa Favai for New Zealand. And now a bit of a gap. New Zealand as well. 3 men in the top 30 in the long distance race. Their best ever performance. Belgium, Japan, looks like Poland. Another of the women's teams.
Yeah, and I mean New Zealand then with Tim Robertson on the second leg. I mean, if they get a good solid first leg here, they can be quite up the result list after 2 legs.
Yeah, Joseph Lynch on
And
the
Joseph
third
Lynch,
leg.
once you're up there, still try to keep there and get a very good result.
Teams in this relay, pretty much 30 of them through. Irish team there, Paul Putzina. So recap those standings after 2.2 kilometres of that first leg. Germany in the lead. Finland right up there, and then some of our favourites, likes of Sweden, Switzerland, a little bit further back in the pack, 22 seconds. Remember, we saw a mistake from Sweden and Norway, missing control number 1, kind of being led to the wrong forking. We've just got Czechia on the picture there. We've lost a lot of their GPS trackers on this section, but this is control number 6.
Estonia is up there as well, I think. Maybe a bit behind, it's hard to say. That's the GPS we got.
They should be coming from the right-hand side, I think, through that little gap. Here they are.
Let's see who it is. Looks like Germany still. Is it? Yeah.
It is. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's hard to see in the
it
dark,
is,
but you're right, it is.
Then we have Sweden there.
Martin Regborn catching up lots of
Estonia,
places.
Finland, France, Switzerland, Australia,
Yeah.
Norway, and now they're all together again. Evened out on this forking.
Yeah, those who were like 20 seconds back and much less time now, and it's still really tight. Look how many teams there
is
are.
here as well.
Yeah, British team, here's Luke Fisher. Israeli team, the Danish team, Ines Agve Christiansen.
Here's New Zealand. Yeah, now a bit of a gap. It'd be good to get up there again, close this 8 seconds to Bulgaria, in order to get a little bit of help, the controls down to the arena passage.
Canada as well, great work from the Canadians.
Isaac Fransson.
And already, as we would expect, so much tighter than the women's race.
Yeah, it is. As long as they're together, I mean, what we will see here is that teams will drop off, of course. I mean, obviously, but I don't think it will be like one team just getting away from all the others. I think it's more the case that one after the other will drop off.
This is Martin Regborn. As you could see from those last two TV points, he caught up a lot of time on the leaders. You can see Estonia there just behind.
Jonas.
Yeah, we spoke to him actually after the long distance race. He was feeling very excited about running the relay after his great performance.
To push through.
Just in case you fancied, I don't know, tobogganing down the hill or something. Oh, okay.
It's a good route choice here.
Yeah, taking this little magic carpet ski lift for, you know, a beginner's ski lift, shall we say. Really splitting up here, and oh, hang on, what's Czechia doing? Because you can't get
no,
through
we can't
there.
go up there. That's not good for Czechia.
Oh, this is not good for Czechia.
Has to turn back. I don't know when he will notice. Jonas Hubacek. Yeah, that's gonna cost him. I think he stops now. Yeah, well, was it good for him that he noticed now, because the mistake will be around 20 seconds like this. Otherwise, it would have been much bigger.
Because obviously, as you get to the road, then there's, you know, there's not that solid line there, but there are still the hashings, so you do have to go round there.
Yeah. Here we are behind Daniel Hupman, now in this descent towards the arena passage.
And the different forkings here, maybe I being slightly slower, possibly, although you then have the shorter control next.
You can also see that Sweden, France, both going to the G option, Switzerland is H. Norway behind with the I control, so has Finland.
So no problems there for France. For Sweden, got the G control there, but then of course they've got this extra control, this like further control now here before they drop down towards the arena for the arena passage.
Was it maybe a bit of hesitation there for Switzerland?
Possibly. Just trying to see how many other nations had that. I think Australia, Hungary also had that control. I think
actually
Britain,
I think he hesitated because the tail is not long for Hupman at this place. I think he gets to a wrong crack there. Would say 15 seconds of a mistake maybe now in the group just behind the leaders.
Great Britain there on the wrong forking, went to the further control. Actually,
I think we're going to be waiting for France and Sweden. Here we have Mathieu Perrin.
Yeah, so Mathieu Perrin, the first to emerge from the forest, followed by Martin
Jürgen Jonas for Estonia.
There we go, does the map flip. You can see it very, very clearly there. All of these men very, very well prepared. And there's a group of 3 here.
And then interesting, I mean, what we have seen on the first leg of the women's, that if you take the route choice where you stay down on the road, the others, of course, will see you. If you head up the terrain, they won't see what you do, or yeah, they can expect or guess that you went up the terrain.
Let's have a look then at the choices they make. Mathieu Perrin in the lead then. Here's Finland and Germany and Czechia as well. Next athletes to come through the arena passage.
Then there's Norway.
They've climbed apart from Sweden. Regborn has gone down the track. The other 2 have climbed, of those leading 3. France and Estonia have both climbed up. The next athletes, they
Finland go down, Germany goes down, also Czechia, Norway
goes down,
Switzerland, Hungary. So all of the teams here.
So the only 2 teams to climb are France and Estonia.
Yeah.
You can see the gap now here as well. Oh, Germany, I think, diverts via the drinks control to picks up some water, pours it straight over his head again. So his back lead there, you can see. He's got 2 new world champions in his team to come, and there's quite a lot of pressure on a first leg runner as well, I think. And some people become really good specialist first leg runners. What skills do you need to have to be really good on this first leg?
First of all, you need to be a good runner. If usually even, or those runners we see as specialists are probably the ones that are not really as good technically when it comes to, they're good, but they're not world class. They would lose in the very technical part. They would lose 15 to 20 seconds on 10 minutes or whatever, and that makes a difference, of course. Here you can take advantage of the others, so if they don't have to put in the work all the way like at 100% themselves in the orienteering bit, they can overperform a little bit with the help of the others. And then of course you get a bit of a different feedback to the speed. Sometimes it's hard to know how fast you have to run if you're all on your own and you maybe don't dare to do it. So it helps definitely, and then that's what we call a specialist. It's a bit distracting here because we look out on the hill and we see Italy did a mistake here, I think.
I think it's Canada as well. Well, I think they just haven't decided which way they're going to do the route choice. And the Canadian runner was heading to the steps, which is a totally valid route choice decision.
It's not totally valid, but it's an option.
And then changing and going the other way. So obviously now Sweden's sticking along the track, and there's so many different options here as to where you decide to go into the terrain. And I think those chasing runners will probably see Martin Regborn ahead and see where he goes in, and do they follow him?
I wonder if they do, because the gap was about 25 seconds to Norway. And that, maybe, but 25 seconds, it's quite much. Czechia, I think they're going to lose a bit, heading up early and then kind of going down again now through this striped area. Here we have Rekborn, and you can see that he's all alone.
Yeah, all alone, approaching this on this track.
It will be more interesting to compare them to France and Estonia, actually.
Yeah, because remember they were at the arena passage exactly the same time.
Yeah.
Jürgen Younes looking really, really good here for Estonia. I know we've lost the GPS tracker of France slightly, but we will do the calculations again on this leg and see how they do.
So what we learned in the women's race was, for the women, it was quite similar whether we went to the left or to the right. We will get the answer here, if it's the same for the men or not. Yeah, but Rekborn seems to be pushing away from the others. We have Norway, can't see anyone else behind him. According to the GPS, there should be runners. Here we have Finland.
Is that Norway ahead?
Yeah, it's Norway. It's Norway, then Finland. I think Switzerland was behind.
Yeah, Norway stretching out now. In fact, this whole group, as they get onto this track, you can really see where the fast runners
and actually,
come to their
France and Estonia split up as well, taking different passages over the roads. I actually think it's, let's see. It's going to be interesting. Jürgen Younes gets quite an easy entrance there to the control. And I think actually that was a good option by Estonia. I don't think that Sweden will be so much ahead if they are. Behind Australia and Switzerland crossing the road here. You can see the volunteers stopping the traffic. A bit of not perfect France to this passage. That's the risk if you take it like this. quite sure that Estonia and Sweden will be together at the control, or within 10 seconds at least. So very good execution. We know that Jürgen Jonas is all alone on this one. Don't think it would have mattered for France if he had gotten to this passage without any problems. Then I think he would be together again with Estonia. Now Estonia stayed a bit long on the path, so they might be a few seconds behind Sweden anyway.
So Hungary here behind them. We've got Australia ahead, just hanging on to Daniel Hubmann there of Switzerland, the defending champions. Daniel Hubmann actually 2 years ago finished his leg in 4th and then pulled up, the other members of the team pulled up a couple of places. But you can see Finland ahead, you can see Norway ahead. When it gets a bit trickier, of course, they bunch back up when the runnability gets a little bit worse. And soon we'll have the next
Here we
TV
have Rick
control.
Born to the TV control. And you can see he's all alone. Can't spot Jürgen Jonas. I think he's about 15 to 20 seconds behind. If he's lucky, he can spot Rick Born out from the control. Can hear him there. Yeah, I might have spotted him. But you can see that his speed into the control is not as quick. I think he will drop down to the group behind with Norway.
Yeah, because Norway is coming here.
And was it France just ahead of Norway?
Yep. Yeah, France just ahead of Norway. So Estonia and France were the two nations who climbed up the track, and they've dropped down as a result. There is Buckley, the fastest of the next group who went around.
Then we have
Henry McNulty from Australia.
Then Zoltán Bujdosó for Hungary, Ole Henseler for Germany, and Jonas Hubacek for Czechia. So 10 teams within 1 minute after 5.1 kilometer.
Now a gap back to the next. We're looking out for Great Britain.
Yeah.
Here he is. Here's Luke Fisher. And Denmark as well. Linus Egerberg Christiansen. We've also got New Zealand, Zephyr Farvai. So just 40 seconds back from Hensler in that kind of group of 9. Quite strung out though.
Here's Slovakia.
So group of 4 there. Next up, Bulgaria.
And just after his control, there's going to be a forking in the uphill.
Bojan Vandakov based in the UK.
Seems like almost all of the teams are heading towards the same control. There has to be a few of the teams. Now we have Estonia and Switzerland a bit outside of the circle. I think Hubmann has control over the situation. Is going to the K option. Quite sure that we're going to see a few pictures of that soon, or at least the GPS graphics. No.
No, we will take a look at the standing. So Sweden alone, and then this kind of drawn out group of 9 athletes from Estonia through to Germany from 26 to 55 seconds down. Then a little bit more of a gap. This is what we can see then from the tracking. Those who had the K option did stay kind of on the line to J, and then before the path made the direction change towards K. Norway, though, with the biggest mistake here again, I think.
They were, as I told you before, there were so many teams going to that J control. You can almost guess that someone has to be wrong. I can tell you that Switzerland is in the group with Estonia, just behind Estonia now.
Yeah, you can see the blue dot of Switzerland just behind France and Finland there as well. So Daniel Hubben, one of the best to execute that K control, I think. Of course, then there is a extra control to go for those who had K.
But if you execute this well, I don't think it's so much longer actually. Just don't stay up there for too long.
No, this is the next common control then. This is control number 14.
Again, Estonia very actively reading to their control. Jürgen Jonas running slightly different from compared to the others, but in a good way.
So we're waiting at this control. It should be Sweden.
Yeah, not the best execution actually to this control. They will be much closer.
I think they will.
Should see France and Finland very soon.
Yes, and just
I think we can hear them. Here's Finland. Yeah, now he lost time here. That was not a good execution by Rekborn.
There's Perrin.
Waiting for Hoopman. Here he is. And Jürgen Jonas for Estonia. And then Jürgen Baklid for Norway.
So still there despite that mistake.
Australia seems to do something strange here.
Yes, I think he's making a parallel error going down the slope. I think he thinks he's west of the line, but he's east of the line and going away from the control now. And then suddenly you'll realise you're by yourself and it's all going wrong. Yeah. Here's Czechia. We just had Germany through in 8th place.
So from the 10 teams we had at the TV control, we had 9 through now. We lost Australia due to a mistake. They will probably drop behind into the next group or then even further behind.
Yeah, the next group are closing in on this control.
Still have most of the big favorites for the victory together in this leading group.
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody we really counted amongst the big favourites behind. There's Great Britain and New Zealand and Slovakia as well. We've also got Denmark.
Australia still here. Here they come.
Here he comes. Yeah, so
McNulty.
he's dropped back now to this group. We always have a like to have a battle between New Zealand and Australia as well. So the Canadians and the USA also like to have a battle, I know.
But it's a pity for Australia because he had such a good race until this point.
Yeah, this is what happened.
Maybe overdid it a little bit physically, and then it's hard to relocate once you're a bit away.
So I think he thought he was on the path like above the line to go down to the bend, like kind of how we saw Martin Regborn execute that race, and obviously making a parallel error. So here's the exchange then. And look, you can see France catching up on Sweden here. The French team they were the 3rd best nation at the World Cup. They could do really, really well here. It's going to play into their favour. So Mathieu Perrin will be the first to change over, handing over to Quentin Moulet. Great results across the board individually for the French team. Mathieu Perrin, a top 10 in the middle distance, going to hand over to Quentin Moulet, who was 12th in the long distance. Here comes Sweden and Estonia as well. But great work from France in the leading group at the arena passage. Not quite executing
it's actually Finland, not Estonia.
Oh, sorry, it's Finland. Finland overtaking Sweden, so France will change over first. Across to Quentin Moulet, then we have Finland, Topi Sirilainen to Akseli Ruohola, then Sweden, Martin Regborn to Emil Svensk. And 5 seconds separating them. Here comes Hubman as well.
Solid race for all of the 6 teams at the changeover right now. I think within 16 seconds you can't complain as a second leg runner. Yeah, we have Czechia. This kind of gap hurts a little bit more, I have to say, because you're just behind that group. Those 6 runners, it will be hard. 6 runners together. It's hard to catch them, especially, I mean, there's no other favorite teams around Czechia right now. Good first leg as well for Germany, and then Hungary.
So Hubacek to change over now, changing over to Wojciech Kral, a late replacement for Thomas Krifter. Then we have Germany, Ole Hensler over to Konstantin Kuhnkel. Hungary as well, changing over Zoltán Budozo to Mate Baumholzer.
What are Denmark, New Zealand, Great Britain, Slovakia doing? I think they went on the wrong football pitch of the two. They did a small mistake there, actually. Not a very big one.
So we have Australia coming here next. And it will be Henry McNulty handing over to Matt Doyle. Yeah. For Great Britain, Luke Fisher hands over to Josh Dudley. For New Zealand, Zephyr Farvai handing over to Tim Robertson. And we also have Slovakia on there. Daniel Pompura handing over to Jakub Čupek. 4 of them. The Britain just off the back there as well, just out of shot. Slovakia wanting to win this sprint finish handover first. Denmark handing over as well. Linus Agerby Christiansen to Marius Trana Erdem. See, we've got Israel, Belgium, Bulgaria also waiting to exchange. 14 teams through so far in 2.5 minutes. Belgium the next team, and really, really close here out in the terrain. So we see Belgium coming in for 15th. We can talk to the leaders. Mathieu Perrin here. Congrats, Mathieu. Looked fantastic for you, and really close race. Tell us about it from your perspective.
Yeah, it was really, really actually quite difficult, not easy race. It was quite physical controls, and then you were a bit with the heat. It was quite difficult to orient here in the downhills. So I think that's where I played smart and kept a little bit of physical conditions in the beginning, and then it was easier for me, I think, than the others to orient here in the downhill. So it was so fun, really fun race.
You took a different route to Martin Regborn of Sweden after that arena passage, going straight up the hill. Tell us about that.
That was bad. That was really bad. And
but was it really? Because I think if you would hit the passage in a good way, you would not lose any time.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I thought I hit it quite well. Then I was a bit confused, but actually what made the difference was that like it was really hard physically in the uphill, so I had to take a long time to recover from that afterwards. So that's why it was a bit shaky for me. So I think it was better going around in terms of I don't know, tactical.
And we've seen really good performances from the French team at the World Cup now here as well. What's going well for the French team? Why are you so good at the moment?
I don't know. Yeah, we are. I think both Quentin and me have reached quite a good level, and especially Quentin. He has been like increasing his level so much this winter. That's crazy. And yes, well, Luca is always super good. So it's really fun to be with those two guys. It's can't wait to see what they're doing, but hopefully they can stay calm in the beginning. It's quite tough race.
Yeah, it's not super finished terrain. Do you think it'll suit them? Maybe a bit more continental?
Yeah, for sure. It's not so different from what we can find in Central Europe. So of course it's better this way for us.
Well, good luck and well done.
Thanks.
Great to see France in the lead there ahead of Finland, then Sweden, a little bit of a gap then to Estonia, but that's top 6, a group of a top 6 there as well. And changing it over in 6th position, Daniel Hubman. It was a kind of dramatic race, a lot of changes of position for you. How did you find it?
Yeah, it was a bit hectic, a lot of runners around. And with those paths, it was tricky to have the overview, but I think I managed to do it really good. 1-2 situation I have in mind where I would have done it differently now.
What are the situations?
Like the long to second control, maybe. Yeah, I realized I should have gone straight over the field and not. I ran too much left on the path.
Yeah, I don't think anyone went straight over the field. It was a big surprise for us as well.
Okay. Yeah, but otherwise I think I had it under control. I invested the time needed to read the map carefully. Yeah, and the downhill controls, they're tricky here. The visibility is reduced and a lot of small paths. But I'm happy with my performance.
Did you notice at any time that Sweden actually had a gap of about 45 seconds?
In the arena passage, I saw that Regbon is ahead. But then on the long leg, I didn't see him, so I thought maybe he went straight. So I knew he is somewhere, but I was not totally sure that he's ahead. But then after the long leg, I think I saw him again climbing up, or at least on the last 2-3 controls, he was again there in front of me.
And do you think this terrain will suit the two runners still to come, Fabian and Matthias?
Yeah, of course. I think it's a hill like we have it in Switzerland. So, I think it suits us well. Of course, it's tricky and they have to do it well, but they have everything needed. They have all the skills to succeed in this terrain.
Thank you very much, Daniel. We will leave it there. Well done today.
Thank you.
So we have Switzerland handed over into 6th place. Let's catch up with the other teams there. And you can see those different route choices here towards the long control. So Topi Sirjalainen listening in as well, handing over into 2nd place. We saw you taking it quite aggressive at the start as well. How was it for you?
I felt pretty easy on the beginning, and I was looking around and looking the other guys that are they pushing or are they already like on their limit, and it felt really easy. But then just before the arena passage, I think Martin, he had a different forking, and he got some seconds on the arena passage, and then it was just like chase from that point.
Seen over the whole course, what would you point out as a few of the key parts of it? Were there any key moments where you thought, okay, now it could either go this way or another one?
Well, I think the long leg after the arena passage, that might be quite decisive, I don't know. But also the few last controls, they were quite tricky, and you have to be careful until the very last control.
How did you decide where to go on that long leg?
Well, I was looking at the contours and saw that there was this huge climb if you go straight, and then I just decided that no way I'm going up that mountain, and saw the path going around and thought that it was quite good route choice.
Yeah, well, nicely executed. Well done, handing over in 2nd place.
Thank you.
Topi Sirjalainen there in 2nd place for Finland. Let's catch up then with this group of athletes.
So we only
here
have Norway in the GPS comparison, but we also see Sweden and Switzerland just around. So at least those 3 teams now up there. So now we got the other, or at least Switzerland in as well. We can see that Czechia is behind, even though their GPS device is frozen as well. Germany on the way to that meadow that Daniel Hupman mentioned that he should have crossed in order to get to the A and C control. I think they're on the way to that B control at number 3, just behind here. Maybe they don't have it. So now on the path, still you can see there that Abersold in the lead, just ahead of Breivik and Svensk. So maybe the 3 biggest favorites now together.
Yeah, definitely Switzerland, the defending champions. Norway with 2 world champions in their team and a Swedish team who have so much depth. The men only ran 1 distance each. This is the first TV control at control number 4. We'll see them here very soon. Here's Abersold for Switzerland and caught up those 16 seconds to the French team, which was leading at the exchange. You can see, I don't quite know where the control is. And there we go. Abersold has control of the situation now. We've got Emil Svensk of Sweden next. Then Erik Langedal Breivik of Norway, retired on the long distance race, jogged back, and now had a day to recover after winning the middle distance world title. And now a gap. So where are Finland?
Czechia.
Where are Czechia?
Here's
France as well, and Estonia.
Here's Finland, Akseli Ruohola.
Yep, and lost quite a bit of time here. Got Estonia as well, with one of the Sild brothers. Trying to remember which order they're going in. Timo Sild first, then Lauri Sild.
44 seconds to gap down to Finland. Then another 13 seconds to Estonia and Czechia. And that's France.
Yep, France.
Lost time here as well.
And I think the course setters, the course planners will be quite relieved to hear that the athletes are finding it tough. I think it's easy
I mean, tough, physically tough it is, of course.
But also that they know they have to be careful about the navigation as well. And there's a few mistakes made in execution, maybe not necessarily in the circle, at least on the first leg, but certainly being put under pressure as well, because you never really know how it's going to go with a relay. You kind of have some expectation what you think might be happening, where you think the challenges will be, but it's not until you put out this bunch of runners into the forest you find out where the tricky parts are.
Here's Germany coming to the TV control. Konstantin Kunkel.
Gap 2.5 minutes.
And quite soon we're gonna have the leaders. Here we have them to the next TV control. Now it's Sweden in front, ahead of Norway and Switzerland.
But basically that group of 3, as it was previously, you can see Emil Svensk just turning up the speed here on these grassy field parts. It's, you know, as easy as running them the track, sometimes easier. And they have the gap. A gap of nearly a minute to the next athlete.
44 seconds down to Finland. Here it is. Here we have them. It's less now. But of course there was a forking just before the arena passage. It's actually not less, it's 4 seconds more, 48 seconds.
Okay, with the leading 3, and they split up here, the different forkings. Different controls, they climb back up the hill. Back to right, in fact, to the top of the hill. They can see this like meadow on the right hand side, quite high vegetation in there, and as you can C.
Since Switzerland doesn't need that control, they're straight. They have to go straight to I. Sweden has H, Norway has H as well.
And this is quite a long series of controls before the forking ends, before they have a common control again.
Here now, Switzerland will drop behind a little bit because he has to go down and take this control. The other one, two others, they can go straight to this passage. Then, of course, the forking continues all the way into the finish, or to the last control.
So reminder, the GPS a little bit slower than the athletes. So they've already passed that round shape of the tower, descending now towards their 8th control. Of course, then after the further I control at 7, 2 shorter ones there, 8 and 9. But inevitably those different options will be different lengths, so it's not until after all 3 of the athletes have been through that we really see how it pans out. Here's Abersold then at this same point, dropping down the slope now towards his 8th control.
He has to be careful now not to overdo it when he tries to catch the others again. Of course, he doesn't know how much it differs within the forkings. The natural reaction is that you try to catch and close the gap again, but you have to be very careful doing it in order to not miss your own control.
Yeah, and a few of the athletes have said that the descent into the controls was tricky.
I think he does that really good here.
Yeah. He's taking the right path.
Then he will see the others again. I think he will just drop into the group again.
Yeah, and he has the shorter control here too.
Yeah, only compared to G, if you had the H as Norway, he can go to the same control. And Sweden actually as well.
So all 3 of them here with the same control.
And very soon to the arena passage.
Yeah, here is Emil Svensk for Sweden. Down drops Erik Langerdahl Breivik and Fabian Abersold. The 3 of them still together after that forking. Punching this control. Breivik goes and picks up some water. It is getting into the high 20s now. And Abersold just off the back of them. 4 seconds now. And now they begin the second part of their course. This long leg, we watch what they do then. Svensk goes back down to the track. Oh, Breivik climbs. What does Abersold do? He goes down as well. So one of them climbing, that's Erik Langerdahl Breivik of Norway. The other 2 striding out of this arena on the track. Let's have a look at Finland and Exeli Rohala.
And I actually think it's very interesting what Mathieu Perrin said. Of course, even if it's same time, like if you don't lose anything time-wise, if you do the climbing, it costs you more energy. If you do that at once in very steep climbs, so you get a bit of time to recover. If you take it a bit more flat and then drop down on the last bit to the control. So I actually think it's a good decision, even though they might get together again at control 11.
You can kind of sense some of the gaps as well when you come into and leave the arena. Finland has gone into the forest at this start, but not climbed straight away. Gone up in a diagonal out of the arena, whereas we saw Breivik climbing straight up out of the arena.
Here we have France and Estonia.
There, this is Quentin Moulet and Timo Sild in equal 5th. So Finland 50 seconds down, France and Estonia are 2 minutes down.
Quite impressive actually by actually Ruohola. He kept exactly the same speed as the leading group on his own. Here we have Czechia as well with the Kral.
Yeah, Kral was a late replacement for Thomas Krivda.
It's not Krivda as in the graphics.
And Moulet goes on the track. We see Timo Sild go into the forest. Here's Moulet for France.
And actually interesting as well, Sweden and Switzerland not taking the same routes. Sweden went up just at the starting point to the small trams on different options towards control 11, all three of the leading teams.
Yeah, we'll see who gets to the next TV control first, because this could prove really decisive again.
So France also going the same way as Sweden.
So 7 teams through at the moment. Should be expecting Germany next, as the leading teams execute this long leg out towards the east. It's a case of up and over the hill, or you go around, but that could give you, up to 400 meters more distance. Waiting for the next teams to come out of the forest. Here's Tim Robertson for New Zealand, having a great run here, catching up a couple of places. 4 minutes behind the leaders. Tim Robertson took his personal best result at the middle distance in the 20s. And this course again about a middle distance, very kind of middle distance course. Lots of climb though. Okay, behind Fabian Abersold here for Switzerland.
He's on this Reekwan route, maybe a bit, could have been a bit more straight up to this path. If you look at the other two runners, I think Sweden, they are heading towards the same passage as Switzerland is taking over the street. You can see it here. The different options. Sweden now then dropping a little bit again towards it. Norway, that looks actually really good. Is not far left to the control. If he gets this passage in a good way, I think he will be the first one approaching the control. But as Perrin said, he experienced that it took him a while to recover from it.
And recover mentally
honestly,
as well, with your
because
brain to focus.
the thing is that you don't do much more climbing than on the other ones. We saw that in the comparison in the very beginning. So it shouldn't be much harder. It's just that you have to take everything at once. And Sweden is dropping behind. You can see he's going to lose more than a minute on this one. And Finland, different option there. Passage C. I mean, he knows how good the runnability is on that side there. It's going to be interesting to follow this one. But Sweden, look at this. He's going to lose.
Could be decisive for Sweden
he's going to lose. The tail is actually only 30 seconds. So he's about a minute behind. But he's definitely behind. I think Norway, if they get the control in a good way, will be ahead by about 20 seconds. But I think it depends a bit if he goes down to the left of the... Yeah, he does, so that's good. I think that's what Jürgen Jonas did wrong. On the first leg, he stayed till after the striped area and then went down, so he gave away about 5 to 10 seconds. But
Yeah, so Norway in the lead, really good
So straight
climb up
is
there.
obviously a little bit quicker, maybe not the very best execution up to the path by Absol. Now he seems to be hesitating a little bit. Into the control is very close.
Fallen trees.
Yeah. Here we have him.
Yeah, this is the 12th control then.
And it's quite exactly 1 minute between Absol and Svensk, so it's another 20 seconds compared to Breivik, possibly. Finland won't be that far behind Sweden, actually.
No, that was quite a strange route, I think, going,
Yeah, it
going
was okay.
there. But I mean,
I think it was okay.
We haven't seen so many people running through the forest. I think we've seen more people sticking to the tracks, but I think it's worked.
I can see half a minute between Absol and Breivik.
So Norway in the lead at the moment, and this is how the tracking looks. Remember, the tracking a little bit behind the runners. So we should see Sweden in next, but losing a lot of time, climbing up, dropping down on this route choice. I think, you know, he got near to the 14K control and then dropped down the track.
We can also say that the last leg, they won't have this leg again. So they will go into a different area.
The last leg is a bit shorter, isn't it?
So it's not possible to transfer that knowledge from Svensk then to Max Peter Beimer and tell him that he has to go to the right on the long leg because he won't have that one. Of course,
I mean,
Svensk doesn't know about that.
No, exactly. Here's Akseli Ruohola.
Looks a bit hesitating.
Here, yeah. So you can't see Svensk ahead. He's here, 1:39.
But it's not far ahead, I can tell you. Here we have Ruohola.
So some hesitations into this control, but now back closer to a medal.
Less than 20 seconds. So maybe he's going to be able to spot him in the uphill.
And remember the next two teams looking out for, we saw them together at the arena passage, France and Estonia.
You can also see that both Norway and Switzerland had this J control. Finland and Sweden had both have to go to the K1.
Yeah, maybe they'll stick longer on the paths as well. Here's France and Estonia.
They were 1:58 behind, so even, yeah, they also lose about a minute.
Breivik was really good on this long leg.
Yeah.
On through the terrain now, climbing again. You can see Moulet just looking a bit quicker than Sild up through this slope across these fallen trees. Quite a lot of fallen trees in this map, often marked with those green stripes. So you can see the leading teams, Norway, Switzerland, then Sweden and Finland. No problems for Norway and Switzerland, who both had that J control. This road out of bounds apart from these few crossing sections because there is a bit of traffic on the road. It's the whole side of the road is taped. It means you can kind of look up and see it sometimes as well. You could just make a beeline for the gap in the tape. You can see that leg then 10 to 11.
That's
Norway
where
was by far
Rekbon
the
struggled to 14 then. Let's see if Breivik can handle that better.
Breivik here, this is the control, this is 14, very, very good here. super quick through that. Just
Actually,
knows exactly where he's going as well.
I think Switzerland is going a bit more straight there. It's going to be interesting to see how this develops. Almost passing the K control. I think that's a good option. If he doesn't get stuck in the green.
This is the control then. The gap was 35 seconds. You can hear Abersold. Here he is.
Still 35, 34 now. And I don't think that the runners here on the second leg will experience these two last controls as difficult as I think it was Mathieu Perrin that said it. Of course, if you have many runners around you, it's much, much more stressful to read the map.
Sweden and Finland here both with K. Axeli Ruohola maybe got eyes on the back of Emil Svensk.
So if you take those teams then to the changeover, we're going to have Breivik handing over to Kasper Fosse and Abersold to Kiburz.
There was 1 and 3 in the long distance race. Super good runners and both very experienced. Matthias Kiburz, one of the most experienced in the relay.
Yeah, I think it's...
I know you have stats on this.
Yeah, but I have to look it up. I think it was his 11th, but that's nothing compared to Daniel Hoopman. No, it's actually his 9th race here for Switzerland at the relay. Daniel Hoopman has 17.
There's Svensk. Lost more time compared to Breivik here, and look, you can see that Ruohola is catching the
he's
Swede.
very close now,
really
only
good.
10 seconds. Should be able to see Svensk now every now and then. And Norway very, very soon to approach. Here we have him in the picture.
Yeah.
So very soon to the changeover.
Middle distance specialist, European and now world champion as well. And he'll hand over to the world champion, 3 times world champion in the long distance. So Erik Langedal Breivik has just, and he really got that gap on that long leg leaving the arena passage. It was really, really good from him. He went a different way to the others. In fact, all the 4 leading teams completely different ways. That is where he got this gap, and it was super, super good for Erik Langedal Breivik. He's made the gap, and that just means there's 1 leg left to go, and Kasper Fosse will take it out. They tried a different order actually a couple of weeks ago in Idre, putting Fosse on 2nd and Breivik on 3rd, but I think they reverted back to this order because it's worked out much better for them in the past. They are the European champions, are Norway, and yeah, looking really good for them.
Let's see how big the gap is. Here is Fabian Abersold. We were at 34 at the last TV control. It's about the same, maybe a few seconds less, I don't know. At around half a minute for Matthias Kiburz up to Kasper Fosse.
Yeah, 31 seconds there is the gap. Abersold done. Kiburz ready to go. He races out of the start. You can hear the Swiss cowbells. Next up, this is Max Petterbeimer, ready to begin his race.
And he's gonna be in a tough fight then with Finland.
Yeah, this could get super, super exciting for this
Mika
bronze
Kiermala.
medal. So Mika Kiermala, in fact, yeah, Finland's going to come next.
No, I think it's Sweden next and then Finland, right?
No, it isn't.
Oh, yeah.
Look, see them here.
But he did a mistake here towards the last control.
Who?
This Emil Svensk. He was going down on the road and then turning back into the wrong direction. So he did a mistake there, Emil Svensk.
And
He
we've seen
was
mistakes
first.
on the easiest parts of this race around the arenas as well, and it does mean Finland will hand over in the bronze medal position. Mika Kiermala on the last leg for Finland. They're the defending silver medalists, and Mika Kiermala with a 5th and a 6th, 2 top 6, 2 diploma positions in this relay. He will be ready to go out and fight hard, seeing if they can get Finland a medal at these World Championships. This is their last opportunity to do so. They would desperately want a medal, and a great run here from Akseli Ruohola to put Finland into bronze medal position. Handing over there, catching up in this last section ahead of Sweden.
And actually,
2:04, and
France is not too far behind either. They are coming in about half a minute behind Sweden here. And then we're going to have Max Peter Weimer, and behind him Luca Basset.
So Luca Basset waiting there. This is Quentin Moulet. On the run in now. Pushing hard on these final meters. You can see the gaps there, as you can see Max Peter Weimer run out of the arena. They know exactly what the gap is. Have lots of information here, and France next to hand over. Crossing the line there into 5th place and about 30 seconds behind 4th. A target there for Luca Basset, who has been struggling with some illness but is in good form.
Our next team to the changeover is going to be Estonia. Here we have them. Right now in the top 6, so in the spot for a diploma.
Yeah, Timo Sild handing over to younger brother Lauri Sild. Was with France, but losing a little bit on the climb kind of in the last section. Not as good, but changing over still, as you said, in that diploma position, top 6. He does yell a message there to his brother. And Czechia next to come through. This is a junior as well, Daniel Bolochovski, on the anchor leg for Czechia. A late change in the Czech team. So Wojtek Kral next runner in. Oh, this is Wojtek Kral. Second to last control, proving difficult for some. Here it is. It's quite strange just to have one, I don't know, on the edge of some green here. Control 16. Sometimes the easiest controls, proving the most difficult. So Wojtek Kral going to take 7th place, but we have our leader listening now, Erik Langedahl Breivik. Big smile on your face there. That was fantastic. How was your race from your perspective?
It was really cool. It was really hard and warm, and I felt just controlling the first loop. It's not that good running plan to burn all energy on the first loop. It was so warm, but I feel quite confident with the speed, just picking my controls, and then I don't know if it was foolish or it ends up with the perfect route choice to the long leg, but I was not that sure when I started climbing there. It was so I think it's too risky, but in the end it was perfect.
When you took the decision, did you see the others going the other way around, or were you not sure if they're following you? And when you approached the control, the next one, did you think that you were in the lead, or did you think you were behind?
I was feeling in the lead because I did not, or I'm feeling behind when I come down to the control, but when I'm not seeing any other runners, I thought that I have to be in front, or because I heard that was fun runners just 30-40 seconds behind on the arena passage, so I was thinking I was in lead, but I like to trick myself and thinking, okay, I'm behind, and then go full speed again, so but I was feeling good.
But did you know that the others went the other way around?
Yeah, I saw Emil going right, and then I started climbing, and then I looked behind again and saw that Emil was not there, and I was trying to forget the route choice and just go hard on my opinion, so or my route choice. So crazy and risky, but in the end it was brilliant, I think.
Yeah, well, we agree with our analysis here. We think that's where you made the gap. So well done.
Yeah, and maybe the best was that the other got a bit stressed. I think that was the. I think that not the route choice was the best, but with a good.
I think with a good execution, all of them could be the best, I think, but you executed it the best, I think, there, and Norway in the lead. Well done, and thanks very much for chatting, Erik.
Thank you.
So Erik Langadal Breivik, Norway in the lead. We just had Czechia into the finish, New Zealand, we missed Denmark as well. Here is Austria, this is Janis Bonek here, and trying to see who we've got there as well. This is Belgium, great run from Belgium. In 11th place, fantastic work for the team from Belgium. So Fabian Abersold listening now, handing over into second place for Switzerland. We've seen your GPS tracking, but it only shows part of the picture. How was the race for you?
It was really good. I would say technically I didn't do one mistake over 5 or 10 seconds. So I'm really glad I made that. But I think my route to the long control after the passage was not the best. I think I lost 30 seconds. But I think I had to do this because it's just it's extremely fast and extremely good runnability. So I wanted to push there, and then I saw Erik in front and just hoped that Svensk is not in front. So. That was good that he was not in front, so really happy to have changed over a second, and I think this terrain suits Matthias really well, so let's see.
But back to the decision at the arena passage, looking at your strength in uphill running as well, weren't you thinking about maybe doing the same as Breivik? You must have seen Breivik going straight up the hill. Did you double check, or did you just have such a strong idea and such a strong feeling, I have to do the other one, that you did to take the other one?
Yeah, of course I double checked, but we looked at a lot of courses beforehand, and I was always tending to take the route around because I know the terrain is fast, but it's still faster on the tracks. But I think it was also a bit slower going up from the bottom to the first path. There it was really rocky and really green, and I didn't take the perfect line, so there I maybe already lose 15 seconds. I think I would take it again if I had to take it again.
And your first World Championships as well, running in this relay, in this team, in contention as well. What's that like?
Yeah, there was a lot of pressure, but I love pressure. I love relays. It's the best race of the week. I love being in those positions, and I just enjoyed it so much, and I'm so happy that I delivered a good race.
Well, congratulations, handing over in second place. Thank you very much for chatting.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, let's go back to the race now. You'll see in the pictures alongside our chats with Fabian Abersold and Kasper Foster in the lead here after the first few controls. This is control number 4. Lost a few GPS tracking maybe.
Yeah, and actually Kasper Foster was pushing really hard up the hill, just right away from the start. It felt that Kibbutz maybe didn't really get a good way up the first slope, and I think at the first control it was already the 30 seconds were already up to 1 minute. Here we have Kibbutz on the way to the TV control. It's still gonna take about 25 to 30 seconds until he's there.
Yeah, he climbs up the hill here, and this is where the third leg differs from the other legs, and this is actually slightly shorter than a couple of other legs, but still almost all the teams, pretty much all the top teams putting their fastest runner on the last leg. Yeah, it's shorter.
Oh yeah, but here the first loop is going to be a bit longer. So after this control, they're actually going to go on the loop that we haven't had before, in an area we haven't been before, that is a bit more tricky than the other parts of the forest, because it's greener. There's a lot of fern in it. It's hard to see where you put your feet. You're dropping down in the slope to the control. It's doable if you do your job, but it's trickier than other controls, definitely.
Yeah, so Norway had a gap of 31 seconds ahead of Switzerland after the
So here you can see all the ferns in the terrain. It makes it a bit harder to read the contours actually when you are there, and there are still many fallen trees and many branches on the floor, and it's hard to run and push, run fast and push hard, because you have to look where you put your feet.
Yeah, it's hard to see the shapes in the terrain. That's what you mean by hard to read the contours. It's hard to see how, you know, big or smaller, you know, when some of the subtle shapes are, some of the subtle contours are. So this is Max Petter-Bäme, and he has got ahead of Finland here, but not by much. You can see the athletes together. So Kibert's at this point 1:14 behind Fossa, so that gap has grown from the 31 seconds at the changeover. And Max Petter-Bäme has made a really good start here. Ran the middle distance race, so on pretty fresh legs here, maybe compared to Kiemela, who ran both the middle and the long distance. Max Petter-Bäme 8th, quite a disappointing performance from him, who won the World Cup race a couple of weeks ago. But as we expected, still quite close here on these legs, and you can see Kasper Fossa trying to avoid the
he's dropping down to the right height in order to avoid those fallen trees, so I don't think it's bad direction out. I think that's by purpose. Now changing direction towards the control.
Yeah.
You can also see, now it's hard to see under the graphics, but where we have the live symbol, there's quite a big hill that's good visible.
So here comes France, and this is Luca Basset. He was about 30 seconds behind Sweden. Obviously that's grown a lot now. It's a really good start from Max Petter-Bäme. So on the map, the green stripes almost exclusively fallen trees. Where the stripes are closer together, that's where there's more fallen trees or trees on top of each other, things like that. So you can see a really strong decision from Kasper Fossa there to drop directly out of the control, then make a right-hand turn and just avoid those fallen trees. Let's see if Mathias Kiberts will do the same. Norway continues out to the track here, and then it's a long run up this hill again towards control number 7.
I think actually he's going to stay a bit closer to the line.
Yeah, Kibert stays closer to the line. He will have slower progress through the fallen trees, but
if he doesn't find a good way, I mean, if you're lucky and you find a good track there, maybe an animal track or something, it can be quite quick on this one as well. They're not that obvious, the fallen trees in this part, as they are in the first bit. So it's not slowing you down as much as in the first part.
And actually there are quite a few animal tracks through the forest, or like little kind of walking tracks that are in addition to those you see marked on the map, and sometimes that can lead you just through a really nice section of the terrain. This is Estonia and Lauri Sild, still in a top 6 position. Top 6 teams get a diploma. But the gap's widening. The gaps really are widening here much more than I was expecting. So really looking at highlighting that gap between Sweden and Finland now, slightly different routes down the hill, and Max Petter-Bäme pushing hard. And when you've got these climbs, you know you've got to push really hard, but you know there's going to be more climb in the end. You know, the teams have the information beforehand. They have old maps. They know where the arena will be. They know about an arena passage. They know about doing a map flip as well. So, you know, they know all the stats around the course, how much climb, all of that kind of thing. So using all of that information, they will have planned their own courses. They'll have planned loads and loads of courses on this. I mean, we heard Fabian Abersold talk about having lots of different route choices and different kind of simulated legs from the arena to other sections of this hill, and talking about choosing the path route lots of different times there. So the athletes are so well prepared for these races.
Actually interesting that Switzerland and Norway, not exactly the same route here to 7. Kibbutz leaving the path a bit earlier. Norway, as it seemed on the GPS, followed it a bit longer.
New Zealand and Joseph Lynch making a mistake to the second control 2A there. Drop him down the field.
Next TV control will then be at control 9, just after control 8. That's a short one there, just up to the meadow. And you can see the gap between Switzerland and Finland. Sweden has been around a minute now for a while. It was set up to 120 at the last TV control. Now it's maybe 110.
Of course, we haven't got everybody's trackers there sometimes, so we've lost the Norwegian tracker, but Norway is in the lead on a different route up this hill to control 7.
And he should be at the TV control, let's say, within the next minute.
Yeah, we have the TV control at control number 9, so just off the bottom of the picture here.
We are behind Max Peter Beimer. You can see that they split up, actually, Finland and Sweden, a little bit.
And of course, the runner's a little bit ahead of the GPS tracking, so now climbing up that track, we can see the blue line of Switzerland.
And actually, this
That's
was
Finland. There's the
better
gap.
executed by Max Peter Beimer.
Yeah, because they got closer together again, and now they've split up a little bit further now.
There was no reason to go there. I mean, the out of bounds area there are marked in the terrain. You can see that from the map. But here we have Kasper Fosser to the next TV control, and the gap before 1 minute and 14. I would guess that it's maybe around the same still. Looked like good execution by Kibbutz, what we could see.
Yeah, so cat and mouse between Finland and Sweden, as you can see on the picture. We do have Switzerland and Norway ahead. Now we add Norway in, we should see Switzerland to the 9th control fairly soon. If we remember back at control 4, that was the gap. Here he comes then. Here is Matthias Kibbutz.
It was 1:14, it's still about the same, I'd guess. And I mean, gaps of about a minute at that stage. The race with that quality of runners we have, I think, I mean, unless there's a mistake by Kasper Fosser or Matthias Kibbutz, it will be hard for the runners behind to actually get into the fight for the gold and the silver.
And because
medal
we
again.
have a shorter second loop here, we don't have that long route choice leg. I think that changes things as well. I think if we did have that route choice leg, you could still say it's a bit more open, I think, because we
but
saw
even
people
then
make
it wouldn't
mistakes on
differ.
there.
Yeah, if you execute it well, it wouldn't make a minute. I mean, we had Svensk and his execution wasn't good, and he lost about a minute.
So that climbing up the small ski lift, the magic carpet, the beginner's lift.
Gap for Max Peter Beimer was 2:33, so he's definitely a bit closer. But doing a mistake here. Small hesitation.
What?
Yeah, maybe he was reading ahead to the next control already. Otherwise, you can't explain this.
It's like the easiest control.
Yeah,
Anyway,
but we have
he's
seen many
closing
mistakes
time.
at the arena passage as well. I mean, it's just if you go away from the routine.
And in the shade of the trees, there's Kimula. And the crucial bit for these two runners here at this point is this gap has opened up because they were basically back together again. And now it's grown to 17 seconds.
And then the last loop for the men on this last leg will be exactly the same as we had in the women's relay. So just a short one. And you can see the gap still about a minute, maybe a bit more. They both have the G control here. Still about this 1 minute and 8 seconds. And behind, I would say that actually Beimer might be a bit closer. Yes, the I, of course, he didn't have to go to the G control. But then he will lose a bit up at control 10. We've seen that with Abersold on the second leg. Because, well, then, of course, they have one control more where Kasper Fosser is at the moment. Looks good for him, good direction into the control. No problems at all. He will be at the arena passage very, very soon.
Yeah, we'll start looking out for him emerging from the forest.
And then, of course, he will get a bit of a feedback of his coaches, of the coaches. He doesn't know how it is, how it developed behind. He will get to know very soon. I don't know if it will calm him down because the gap, well, yeah, it's 30 seconds bigger, but it has been exactly the same gap from the first control to the arena passage now.
Yeah, pretty much. It was 30 seconds, the gap at the exchange between legs 2 and 3. Now up to 1 minute and 7 seconds, and loads of Norwegian flags here saluting Kasper Fosser, who just shuts out all the noise. He has to just read the map here. He looks to his right to see where he's going, and on this section it's just, oh, hang on, surely he's got to go to the kite first. He's got to go to the edge of the area. I think he just ran out of the funnel there. That's so strange.
Yeah, but I mean, he has been at the restarting point, so I think everything is all right.
Anyway, he heads straight up the slope, I think, onto that track alongside the green. Mika Kimula, then we will follow him.
We can also see Max Peter Beimer there, just ahead of him.
And remember, they had different controls. With the I control.
Yeah, and the H maybe.
Yeah, I think so. Here's Kibberts, and the gap is about the same, 1:09.
Yeah, he lost another second, but yeah, doesn't really matter.
No, very similar. We'll get some feedback as well.
Tell you that Kasper Fosser went straight up the hill. Has been quite a good option. I think Finland did that in the women's relay.
And so both runners using this section of following the markings just to really read the map there. You can see that Kibberts also goes straight up the hill. Same as Norway. It's so steep up there. I went up there and it's a painful climb.
Yeah, you can see Finland with H, Sweden with I. Of course, a bit closer here to have I compared to H.
Maybe some hesitation on the way into H, or going around a fallen tree or something. Oh, but then now Sweden at the wrong control has to go to the other one.
Yeah,
picked up an extra control, the G control.
Yeah, looks on the way now, but actually feels like Finland is much closer again. Maybe it's misleading by the GPS. Not that far behind still, Mika Kirmula. Here we have Max Peter Beimer. Where is Mika Kirmula? How big is the gap?
So it was 2:12 behind Norway. Sweden was 2:12 behind Norway, and the gap between Sweden and Finland was 17 seconds. It's now 2:43 back to Sweden, and the gap, again, 11 seconds now between the Relakeen getting a bronze medal and no medal at all. The gap just 11 seconds. And both runners will be super aware of each other. I can just see Max Petter approaching the end of the shoot. Where does he go? He goes up and to the right, so not quite straight up. He will take a kind of diagonal route. Where does Kirmala go? Kirmala leaving the arena now, goes up, straight up. Oh, it's so grueling here. I think straight up the hill. This is such a punishing climb that all four of the leading athletes have taken, going straight up the slope. So Norway and Switzerland have gone straight up the slope. There's that track, as you can see there. Sweden taking more of the diagonal, and I think Finland will do the same. I think when you're running alone, when you're Norway or Switzerland, that's the safe way to go, is to take that track and then go to the road, the forest road, and then drop back down into the control from there. It is more risky going diagonally across the slope, I think. It's you going.
Yeah,
you
but
have
now
to
you can
climb
see
a
that
long
Finland
way.
is going straight up, as it seems. I mean, if you go straight up, you know exactly what you get. You get a track up, you get to suffer for about 1 or 2 minutes until you're up there, then you get quite an easy entrance. If you go like Sweden, you can end up in a stony area, or you can, end up in a situation where you have to go around a few fallen trees that you couldn't expect before. So it's much easier to predict what to wait for. And now it's going to be very interesting, because I think it's easier to push hard on the Finland option than on the Sweden option. As harder you push on the Sweden option, the bigger the risk that you're going to miss it.
And of course, Finland behind could see which way Sweden was going. Max Petter maybe waiting for Bejmer to take the decision and going the other way, maybe?
Of course, but he has to start to play it tactical now. It's going to be very, very interesting to follow this.
And I guess if you're Kirmala, you want to try and win it before all the sprint finish.
And you can also see that Switzerland, Matthias Kibert, starting to play it safe. He's starting to try to secure this silver medal. You could go more straight there, but the risk is not very big, but this is very much more convenient, and he won't lose a minute to the finish if he runs like this all the way. But interesting now, from here, Kirmala will be able to push very, very hard. I guess, though, that Sweden still has a bit of an advantage.
I think so, because he's done all the climb now. He's up on the terrace and he's ahead of Finland, and Finland has to do the last bit on the terrace as well. But as we were saying earlier, it's how you recover from the climb as much as doing the climb itself. Here's Fosse, though. Let's have a look, catch up with the Norwegian in the lead.
Yeah,
he's
but
dropping down to control
very,
16.
very
There it is.
He has only one forest control left, and it's a rather easy one, so I don't think there's anything gonna happen. Sweden is at control 14, so definitely an advantage still. Let's say 1, 2, 3 controls left that you, with a bit of pressure, with a bit of nervousness, could miss a few seconds. Switzerland then at control 15, Matthias Kibert. You can see that the gap there to Kasper Fosse has grown. It's now approximately 1.5 or almost 2 minutes maybe.
And it really makes it so interesting, the feedback you can get with an arena passage, and then how people change their tactics afterwards.
Yeah, and now actually it would have been a chance for Finland to go north of the green area up to the path and to where Switzerland was, because I think you could have done that better. Yeah, that's not a good execution. I don't know if he exactly knows where on the path he is, because that's not good. Yeah, now it looks good for Finland, actually.
It looks really good
because
for Finland.
Sweden continues in a wrong direction.
And he's now further away from the control compared to
And now he's
Kiemela.
at control 1 again at the forking. He's punching there.
What?
Oh, that's not gonna be good.
Oh no.
That's not gonna be good for Sweden.
Oh
He
my-
punched there, now on the way to control 16. You can see it here. There actually was one of the forkings of the first control, and he
But
continues.
You're nowhere close to the.
I don't know. I can't really. I think he thinks he came out quite high up on north to the red line, and then there is a curve as well, quite
Finland's
similar.
also messing up though.
Yeah,
oh my
but he will get the
goodness me.
control
He
first.
will get the control first. Well, he will get the control. Oh my gosh.
He is doing a mistake as well,
Oh.
Finland. But I mean,
Okay.
Sweden is going to be out of the competition probably.
Yeah, Sweden will be out of the competition because Norway coming in here. Norway will win this World Championships relay. They are the European champions. They're now the world champions. They've got now Kasper Fosse and Erik Langedal Breivik will both have 2 world titles from this World Championship.
And it was a very good start, a good first leg of Jürgen Backlid. And then at the long leg of this second leg, it was decided Erik Langedal Breivik going to the left, putting 30 seconds between him and Switzerland. That was the decisive moment of this relay. And I can tell you, Finland is totally off. And France is coming from behind, and this could be
a medal for
France. But
So
we will.
Norway get the gold. Let's take Norway
And very soon
in.
we're going to have Switzerland with the silver, but behind it's a lot of drama because Sweden is going to
Sweden's
be.
messed the control up
Yeah,
as
but-
well.
yeah, but of
Oh,
course-
but of course, because he thinks he's coming from
Exactly.
the right control.
So he is
he's
like
totally
200
messing this
meters
up.
off distance.
Oh my gosh, I don't think I've ever seen this. Look, okay, so
And now
first
it's
of all,
gonna
look
be
at
actually
Sweden and then at
Finland now knows
Sweden
where they are.
punches the control
Yeah.
now.
And then they are off direction.
They're off
Can't
direction.
get right. And behind, look at
Finland's
France
making-
and look at this. Finland now gets where he is. And it's going to be very tight, but let's
Oh my
take
gosh.
Switzerland to the finish first because they're going to get the silver medal.
Yeah, Switzerland going to get the silver
And
medal.
France and Finland together now at control 15.
Oh, okay, this is so much
You
drama.
don't have to look back,
I was
Matthias. You're going to get to
he
the
is
finish.
looking back. He is looking back. But he's played it super safe here, and he's going to be rewarded with the silver medal here today. They're the defending champions. He's just jogging into the finish now. He looks behind. There is no problems there. There are so many problems behind for the runners coming into the finish. But Matthias Kibbert is going to take the silver medal alongside Daniel Hubman and Fabian Abasol. Daniel Hubman's 17th World Championships relay. Fabian Abasol's first ever World Championships relay. This team are going to win the silver.
Kiburtz and Hupman, they were running in the relay team together with Matthias Mertz 12 years ago in Finland already. Now they're back and they're winning a medal.
Yes, incredible careers from the two of them, and another career just starting as well. Norway get the gold, but Switzerland get the silver, and oh my goodness
And
me,
actually,
it's so
I can tell you that
much
Sweden
drama.
has probably realized that he mispunched before he's on the way back, or then he's
Here's
just
France,
anyway.
here's Finland.
The thing is that
They
I
won't
don't
know.
think that they know that they're in the medal fight. So
no,
this
I
is
don't
going to
think
be
they do
very
because they know
interesting.
Sweden are there, but they will still be wanting to fight for every
Yeah,
single
for
place.
sure.
That's what you have.
For sure, you can see
instructed
Sweden is
into
going
you.
back. I don't know if he's just still looking for 16 or if he realized that he is going to go back to 15. I would be very surprised
But
if he
now
would
he's
go back to
turning
15.
the
Yeah.
other way, about to turn around and go the other way.
He's going to do another mistake there. It's so hard to relocate when you're so off from the position, starting position you thought. But let's focus on this here. It's France in the driver's seat. It's Finland and Mika Kermula behind. It seemed all safe for Sweden. Then it's all safe for Finland. And now it's a decision here between France and Finland.
So drama on this last leg with Sweden punching the wrong control and then making the mistake to 16. If he doesn't correct the mistake, he's going to be disqualified. Finland's making a mistake into the 15th control, just too far the other direction along the road, and that puts France and Finland into the medal
And now
fight.
it's all about who is more eager, who dares to go quicker down the slope towards the last control. It's quite rocky here, but I mean now we have to just shut off your head and go down all you can.
Yeah, you can't have any fear.
Now
They're
they're
looking for the
hesitating.
control as well. Here it is. And Kiemala just trying to
now
get
it's
ahead
Kiemala
then here.
ahead.
Kiemala has the advantage here. And Finland into the bronze medal position. The two of them throw themselves down the hill now. They've got 2 more controls to go. But it's Finland ahead, and Finland are going to get the bronze medal, I think, here. Or Mika Kiemala with mistakes, and he won't know it's going to be the bronze. I think Luca Basset maybe just giving up on the fight here because he won't know where it is. But it will be in the last race of these World Championships. Finally a medal for Finland as Mika Kiemala just executes that 17th control just a little bit better than the Frenchman.
And
he might know now that it's going to be a medal. I have no idea whether he's going to know.
And he decides the race with a mistake. That's very, very special here.
Yeah, he drops it with a mistake. He doesn't. I think his teammates are telling him now it will be a bronze medal. And look at all the Finnish orienteering fans. Look at the gap now. Mika Kiemala has ahead of France. And the trio from Finland are going to take the bronze medal after a hugely dramatic end to this relay. The 3 of them, Topi Sirilainen, Akseli Rohala, Mika Kiemala.
And what a story, I've got goosebumps here. It's unfortunate for the French team, but it feels right for Finland to get this medal. It was such a drama here on the last leg.
It was so much drama. Sweden making
We're
mistakes,
going to have
Finland making
Sweden to
mistakes.
the finish very soon as well, but
Dave?
he will get to know that he has mispunched.
Yes, he will, because he got the wrong control at 15. In fact, he got one of the controls from the first control in the first loop. Then made the mistake to the 16th control. That's because he got the wrong. He didn't have the right exit out of the 15th. Made mistakes there, managed to recover, eventually find the 16th control, but Sweden are going to not have a result here because they're going to have been disqualified.
And what a disappointment for Max Peter Weimer, winning the World Cup middle distance just a few weeks ago and then coming to these championships in great physical shape, missing 1 or 2 controls at the middle distance. Definitely had the speed there to get a medal, maybe even to win it. Today he had good speed, he could have had the speed to get the medal, but then doing this big mistake, not checking the control code either. And
And that's the effect of a physical course. It's hot, a lot of the runners have talked about it. This is what happens.
I think he thought that he was just north of the red line at the parking space when he came out to this curve, then continued in when there was like the next turn of the path. He just continued and he found the control, and then he was so sure that he just continued to the 16th without double checking the control number there.
But that's you think, how on earth is he going to make a mistake? Did he not know he wasn't close to the road, to the car park? And at the end of a relay, when he's been pushing super hard, he's in that fight with Finland, trying to push really hard going up the hill, you just don't have the oxygen to your brain, you can't make sensible decisions. And that's why orienteering is, for me, such a great sport, because it's not just about the running. You have to balance that with everything else. You have to balance that with making the right decisions, being on top of your navigation. And yeah, Max Peter just could not achieve that today. Drama then in this men's relay to round off these World Championships.
And it's also interesting to see how many layers there are to the sport. I mean, you say it, that everything can happen at any minute, at any moment. And I mean, when we were pre-running, I really got the feeling that they're not going to struggle with this. This is
no, we thought
not
it was quite
that
easy.
hard
so
when you're choking through it.
Yeah.
But then you lay the level of pressure, you lay the level like looking for this 100% of speed towards the end of the relay. And then, of course, this changes everything. Once you are just a bit off direction and you start to do a parallel mistake, it's incredibly hard to get back.
It's like sometimes you can see sprint maps and you go, that looks easy, just run around the road, and because you're going such high speed, it's so difficult, and that's totally what we had today. Okay, so with Sweden being disqualified, we're looking for Estonia here, and Larry Sild
Great
will
result
be
for Estonia, fifth
into
position.
The top 6, of course.
Yeah, into fifth.
Top 6, we talk about top 6 because they get a diploma, they get to stand on the podium.
Yeah, but they still get into top 5.
Yeah?
They still are fifth.
Yeah? In fact, let me see if I can find out Estonia's best performances at the relay. Timo Sild has a 4th place in 2017 in the relay. Larry Sild's best
That was on home soil on Estonia.
It was. Larry Sild's best was 6th at the World Championships 2015 in Scotland. So his best result then, Larry Sild's best
And
relay
definitely Jörgen Jonas' best results in the relay. I think they have a very strong relay team. I was even having the thought that for the Sild brothers it would have been better with a bit more of a technical course, but then at the same time I think it was good for Jörgen Jonas to get this race here. Here we have Denmark as the last team on the podium into the top 6.
Yeah, really good result from Denmark here today, performing much better as a team than they have done individually. That's the team of Linus Egevik Christiansen, Marius Tran Erdem and Jakob Steintal on the last leg here. And we have Czechia on their way into the finish as well. Then we have the likes of Hungary, New Zealand, Austria as well. Here's Czechia, and here's the junior Daniel Bolochovsky into the finish. Jonas Hubacek, Wojciech Kral and Daniel Bolochovsky. Coming into 7th position.
He went out 5 minutes behind, 5.5 minutes behind Norway. Now it's 10.5. I mean, it's hard for a junior. It's especially on the long leg. It's a bit different compared to the women's race, where we had junior as well on the second leg. Here, I mean, he has to run against the absolute world class Kasper Fosse, Matthias Kiewitz, Luca Bassi. I mean, there's and then to lose 5 minutes when you're not in a head-to-head fight, of course that can happen. But it's good experience for him. It's good for the Czech team that they get a new runner into that relay pool, and then if they would have Thomas Krifta as well, then in a few years.
So many good juniors. We saw them perform really well at the Junior World Championships. Now it's just a question of transitioning into the senior class, which can be so hard, especially in things like the long distance, which gets so much longer. But the step up can be really big from junior to senior level, and not everybody achieves it.
And soon we're going to have Hungary and New Zealand to finish as well. It's going to be a top 10 for New Zealand. Joseph Lynch. It's going to be a sprint finish there between Hungary, Ferenc Jonas and Joseph Lynch.
Well, I'm just looking at relay best for New Zealand. Looks like maybe 17th was the best for Tim Robertson.
Look at this here. I think that's already... Look at the tail. Just this small curve Kiewitz does there, rounding this striped area, costs him about 20 seconds. And here we have 1 minute gap between Norway and Switzerland. It's going to be like this for quite a while, so we can focus on the runners behind. Here we have Sweden and Finland together, more or less together. They split up here. Finland would have had the option here to go and run over the meadow. We heard Daniel Hoopman telling us that he totally missed that. I think it would have been a bit quicker. This extra loop here There we have Norway and Switzerland at the moment. Switzerland changing back on the other path a bit earlier. Then here they split up. We don't really see it. Finland and Sweden for one of the first times, putting Finland a bit behind Sweden. And to me it seemed here as if Bayman had the better body, the better legs for the finish. You could feel that he got a bit closer to Kibbutz as well. Had first the longer option at 10, then the shorter one at 11. Then they were pushing up the hill, splitting up here. Finland going to the left, dropping behind Sweden. And now this very decisive moment where Sweden mispunches at the first control. Finland doing a mistake up there at control 15, quite a big one. He's close to the street, and then opening up again for Lucas Basset and France. I'm kind of happy that Sweden didn't get really in the fight in the group there again, because that could have really led to a bad result, a bit misleading thoughts of the runners in the fight for the medals.
And I'm here with the new world champions in relay, Norway. Congratulations, guys. We'll start with you, Jørgen Baklid. You're in this group of 6 coming into the finish together. How was your first leg?
Pretty, not really good, but yeah, quite okay. I did some small mistakes, but yeah, I was quite afraid that Sweden and Martin Regborn would have a bigger gap on the last loop. But when I saw him towards the finish, I was really happy, and just launched down the hill and tried to make the gap as small as possible.
We'll move to you, Eirik. Together with Sweden and Switzerland, until the arena passage, then everything explodes on this route choice. What was your thoughts?
In the start, I was really afraid that it was a pretty shit route choice, but I was climbing up the really steep hill and just thinking I have to execute it well, and in the end it was really perfect, and yeah, I felt strong on the last legs and controls into the finish.
And that gave you a gap, Kasper, of 30 seconds to start with. What did that mean for your last leg?
It meant that I had to really push from the start, and yeah, it was quite simple orienteering in the beginning, so I tried to focus on having a good rhythm, not running too hard, but keeping up a decent pace and really being accurate into every control.
Congratulations, guys. There's a medal waiting for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Interesting that Kasper Fosse describes that as easy at the start, when a lot of others have found it tricky, and that's how good he is. I guess.
Yeah, but it's also you're on your own. You can focus on your orienteering. He knew that he was pushing hard. If you get all the features up there, it's very convenient to come in and just you see everything. If you had a good first map touch out from the starting point.
So highlights from this men's relay race. Incredibly tight on the first few legs, then Kasper Fosse fought really hard to push it open. Those gaps opened up, we saw the mistakes. New Zealand ending up into 9th place, by the way, just finishing there. Joseph Lynch, I'm pretty certain it's certainly Tim Robertson's best result for New Zealand. I'm sure some people watching at home will know the stats exactly. Great Britain also inside the top 10, their best result for quite a few years. Simon Harden picking up a few places at the end. Canada just finished now into 11th, and Poland in 12th, Austria into 13th as well. So we are about to have our flower ceremony then. I can see the athletes lining up just off the stage, ready to begin. And they will be awarded their flowers, their trees, in fact, the trees that are going to be planted up in Tarko, where the middle distance.
It's a tree ceremony then.
It's a tree ceremony, yeah. That sounds like it's quite pagan, but it's a tree ceremony indeed. And it just gives us a chance for all of the spectators who've been watching, who've been cheering here, and they've stayed after their own races they've brought their flags, they've provided a really, really nice atmosphere at the races throughout the competition actually as well. It means they can give their support to the top 3 teams. and especially as well with the team wheel introduced first, because it came down to the last race. But Finland finally with a medal from these home World Championships. Topi Sirjalainen, Akseli Ruohola and Mika Kiemela keeping his cool, attacking in the right moment, right at the end of that relay race. Of course, it wouldn't have been a fight if you hadn't made the mistake near the end, but anyway, orienteering analysis is all about ifs and buts. And the second place, the team of Switzerland, it's Daniel Hubman, Fabian Absold and Matthias Kibberts. All of them doing their job well. Daniel Hubman coming back, I think he was in 6th, but he was with the pack. Abasol doing a good job, and then Matthias rounding
in
it
that
up.
team we have actually 2 question marks about the future, I would say. Not really sure about Matthias Kibbert's future. Not really sure about the one of Daniel Hubman. You never know with Daniel Hubman.
You never know, but he's got another medal. Surely he can't quit now. He's just going to keep going. His first World Championships was back in 2004. But Norway, let's celebrate Norway on the top of the podium. Jørgen Backlid, Erik Langedal Breivik and Kasper Fosse. All 3 of them doing their job. After the first leg, Norway just 13 seconds down. That's essentially all you need to do on the first leg, just stay within the pack. He did exactly that. Then Erik Langedal Breivik, the man in the middle there, just catching up with the others. Got a gap on the long leg after the arena passage. Kasper Fosse, he had the information, he was 30 seconds ahead, he fought really hard in the start, he knew that gap had opened up, and then he kept it nice, clean, simple, risk-free orienteering at the end to come in to win the gold medal for Norway. So 2 world titles then for Erik Langedal Breivik and for Kasper Fosse from these races. We will hold the flower ceremony for the women just coming up as well, but they're a reflection on the results. We can see great result there for Hungary into 8th, New Zealand in 9th, Great Britain into 10th place. Germany, after a great start, ended up in 14th place. Belgium as well, great to see them up into, what was that, 17th position. You know, not a hugely strong orienteering nation. In fact, we'll be there for the European Championships, the Sprint Championships after this, as the focus turns to the sprint side of orienteering. And recap then of the results, it was plain sailing for Sweden in the end on the women's results, and we're going to very shortly go to the flower ceremony for the women, as they are just trying to see if they are lining up next to the stage. They're nearly there. They need to get hustled into place, and then we will award them their trees. They're going to get planted over by where the middle distance qualification was. So the teams making their way to the stage. Do a flower ceremony kind of within the broadcast, and then do a prize giving ceremony later on. That's where they get the medals. Allow time for, you know, if the jury needs to be summoned, if there's any protests or anything like that, as does sometimes happen in this world-class orienteering, especially in the drama of a relay as well. And this women's relay was one we saw lots of mistakes, not the best clean runs, but enough for a medal still for Switzerland. Paula Gross, Natalia Gempler and Simona Abassold with the bronze medal for them. Norway, they get the silver medal today. Pia Youngvik, Maria Olausen and Andrina Benjaminsen. A really good run from Pia Youngvik on the first leg to be neck and neck with Hannah Lundberg. Just set up the team really, really well, and then super strong running So consistent running from Andrina Benjaminsen on the last leg. She very rarely has a bad race. But 4 times in a row then for Sweden at the top of the women's relay podium. Hanna Lundberg, Sanna Fast and Tove Alexandersson. And the biggest mistake for this Swedish team was actually Sanna Fast nearly missing the control before the arena run through. She had to turn back. And actually for some of these teams, the biggest dramas coming in and around this arena makes great spectating. When you think all the action's going to happen out in the forest, it actually happens right in front of your eyes. A great relay then for these women. Sweden, Norway and Switzerland on the tops of the podiums here. And that brings the end of this World Orienteering Championships here in Finland. 3 races in terrain that I think some have underestimated with the number of tracks and paths. We saw quite a few mistakes, I think, out in the terrain. Not typically finished, maybe didn't suit the Finns super well. It opened it up for some of the others, and there we can see Norway topping the medal table in the end. Finland just getting their bronze as well. Any highlights from the champs that you want to pick out?
I mean, I would pick out the women's long distance final, the very last bit, and of course the men's relay here, the very last bit, the decision for the bronze medal. Those were my personal highlights.
Yeah, it was so exciting to see the races decided right at the last minute, and to see these athletes. Now we only have a world champs in the forest every other year. This is a couple of years working towards this big moment and seeing the successes as well of these athletes. And that's pretty much the World Cup in forest orienteering it for this year. The focus moves to the sprints, where we will be in Belgium for the European Championships, Switzerland as well for the World Cup final. As somehow the athletes will have to get their sprinting shoes back on now and re-change the focus and look ahead again towards next year's World Championships in Italy in the sprint. We hope you've enjoyed watching the races over the last few days, enjoyed following your favourites, enjoyed seeing the drama and some spectacular orienteering as well. We'll be back very soon for those European Championships. We'll see you then.
See you then.
Ja ennen kuin mennään sitten mitaliseremoniin, tähän kohtaan on ihan mainio hetki, kun Suomen joukkueen tunnelmaista pronssitaisto on päättymässä.
Ilmoille koko Suomen joukkue onnittelut aivan mahtavasta pronssimitalista. Miika, kerro hieman, kuinka